People knew what to do, they didn't need the government.
Well, that's why complaining is so comprehensive.
So how does Denise she'll just pop up?
I mean, yeah, there she is. They finally. Yeah.
The government's there for you if you want to take
Test. Can you hear me?
Your comment, or your question, how does Denise should she show up? See,
Test.
it's
Test.
picking up on the mic.
This is not.
We all wanted to do, that we sat down here on a single person speaking in favor of it. I'm telling you, that's how they got it.
That's part of it.
Test. Test.
But it hasn't
I
stopped.
don't. Well, it's being picked up. You can see it on the screen there, like a voice to text. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. You guys did a moratorium and didn't listen to it.
All right, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Microphones are working. Welcome to today's Town Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 at 6 p.m. Meeting at 24 Main Street in Gray. You can join us on Microsoft Teams. You can also call in at 469-708-0487, and the meeting ID is 352-72979. Before I do a roll call, I want to make a quick announcement that the Town Council open house with the MaineDOT is tomorrow, the 4th, right here, starting at 4 p.m., and I believe it goes to 6:30.
I think that's right.
So we'd love to have people come down to check out what the MaineDOT wants to show us. Let's do a quick roll call. Councillor Gass.
Present.
Councillor Johnson, I believe is on. I can't see. Does he see him? I think he is. Yeah.
He's
Not on? All right.
We do not have Councilor Johnson.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Farrington has an excused absent for a workshop, for his a family matter, and I don't believe Councilor Klinger's here, so can we move with the workshop with two, Britt?
We don't have a quorum. We can't make a decision, but
All right, I'm gonna call him. Hang tight. Sorry. Oh, Britt's resending. You said she just asked you to resend it? Oh, logging on, okay. Says that she just asked you to resend the links or something. Okay, you guys look good. Appreciate your patience, everybody.
we just don't do this online thing often enough. We got a little better at it during the pandemic. Oh, this freaking chair.
All right, do you see Mike? Do you need it, Kyle?
Mike's phone number doesn't end in 0567.
Hold on, I'm going to tell you. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll tell you. It's 6387. Hang tight, Denise. Looks like he's on. Councilor Johnson, are you there? All right, Councilor Johnson's here.
Okay.
All right, beautiful. So, so we got a roll call with Councilor Gass, Councilor Johnson, and myself. And we're going to start off tonight with the workshop with regards to the Gray tax increment financing, which I'm going to turn over to the current town manager, Denise. You're on mute, Denise. you see us? You're on mute, Denise.
Denise, can you unmute your microphone?
I have to do that?
No, she should be able to.
Kyle,
Now,
there he goes.
Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we turn her up
Getting there.
as loud as she can go? You're on, Denise.
According to my microphone, I'm
You just shut it off.
There you go.
Now you're on.
Unmute your microphone.
no. Okay.
I have to do that?
No, she should be able to.
Now I'm
There he
now.
goes.
Can you
Okay.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we turn her up?
Getting there.
As loud.
Project on the stage. My microphone.
Shut it off.
There you go.
Now you're on.
Unmute your microphone.
No. Okay.
I have to do that?
No, she should be able to.
Now I'm
There he goes.
Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we turn her up?
Getting there.
As loud.
It's
So Britt, if you can put up the understanding tax
Shut it off.
financing document.
Now you're on.
hang on. We can't.
I have to do that?
No, she should be able to.
Now I'm
There he goes.
Can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Yeah. Can we turn her up?
Getting there.
As loud.
So Britt, if you can put up the understanding tax financing document.
Now you're on.
Hang on.
No, she should be able to.
Yes.
Now I'm
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can you turn her up?
Getting there.
Hey, Denise, do you happen to have your other computer still nearby?
Put up the.
Because I think I'm hearing an echo from you.
How about now? Is there an echo?
No, there's not.
Eh,
Just try to speak a little more loudly, please.
All right. How's this sounding?
Good enough, thank you.
All right. So before I get started, if Britt could actually put up the understand, I see it now. Okay, that's great. I just want to start saying a couple of things. Been working on this for ever since I started, but this is a quick compilation for people to understand what tax increment financing is all about. And I'll gloss over a lot of stuff, but feel free to interject and ask me questions along the way. Might be easier than waiting at the end. So bottom line, tax increment financing is a public financing tool that's established by the Maine State Legislature to help municipalities invest in economic development. That's the key. It's not just a piggy bank and a savings account. It's a way for communities to invest. It allows you to shelter increases to valuation for up to 30 years if you so choose, and it can be reinvested locally rather than increasing the town's overall valuation and avoid the losses with reduced state aid and revenue sharing or increased county taxes. So it helps protect. And TIP allows municipalities to designate an area. It can be just a building, it can be a lot, it can be a large parcel of land, but the bottom line is you designate that and you capture incremental increase. In other words, every piece of property, everything that goes into a TIF starts with a base value. So the taxpayers, nobody ever loses that revenue. That goes straight into the general fund. The increase as the assessment grows over the years is what you're allowed to shelter and keep. So basically it keeps your valuation lower, it gives you more money from state revenue sharing and all of that. So, and then you can, like I said, it can be created for up to 30 years, but you have to create a development program. So in your particular case, in Gray's particular case, years ago when they were first initiated, the development programs were what I call nominal. I mean, the programs can be quite extensive to cover a lot of need. But the one thing that you folks did that many years ago is you decided it was going to be invested in infrastructure, roads, water lines, and the basic, those elements. So, and then we have to obviously meet the statutory requirements. So I'm going to gloss over the next part. There are geographic limitations, there's qualifying criteria, there's special types. But the geographic limitations is that, for people that are afraid of TIFs and saying, oh my God, keeping too much money local, the state's going to lose out. You have a cap of 5%. So you can't exceed 5% for geography. you cannot exceed 5% for assessed value. So it keeps you pretty, like, what I call honest. In other words, it just keeps you very, very low key. So you're not able to capture, like, per se, the whole town. The other parts are there are 4 different types of districts, and the downtown TIFs and a transit-oriented TIF, like say in the case if you had railway or what have you, those 2 TIF districts do not have valuation caps, and they don't have assessment, valuation assessment, they don't have geographical limits. At this point in time, though you have a village TIF, it's not what you call a bona fide downtown, so you do have limitations on what you're doing with that. So I talked a little bit about the incremental value and the captured. So next is, what can TIF money be used for, and can it be used anywhere in the town? So revenue can be used for roads, sidewalks, trails, intersections, traffic signals, signage, water and sewer, public safety equipment, job training, marketing, brownfield cleanup, broadband, economic development, business grants, facade, and a whole host of others, as long as it's accepted as through the state, through their state statute for a TIF development plan. There's also the ability for some of these districts that not only can you make the improvements in the geographical area, you can go outside as long as it's in the municipality. You folks, you have the capability of doing that with all of this. So how do TIFs shift taxes? So the state aid for education impacts, based on the current state of Maine essential programs and services funding model, you are actually in a great position because for gray, basically, you lose 50 cents on every dollar. So let's just say the town grows by $1 million or whatever, a couple projects. The tax revenue generated by that $1 million valuation, 50% of it goes into your local piggy bank, and 50% goes to increased county taxes, goes to decreased revenue sharing and decreased state funding. So it behooves you to put as much as you can in a TIF district, which you folks did at some point. Sorry, I keep saying you folks. I am the interim town manager, but I'm speaking almost like a consultant here. But and then so the municipal revenue sharing goes down or up depending on how much there is, and the county taxes, same thing. So what are the benefits? The benefits, it can stimulate private investment, lead to job creation, economic activity. I already mentioned the infrastructure improvements, so we'll talk about that when I talk about what's going into the budget. And then the cool thing is that 100% of that new revenue, you have total control. Otherwise, it goes basically to the state taxes and goes to increased county taxes and what have you. So what you're trying to do is to avoid reductions in aid, but in so doing, it's not like just a piggy bank. You have to use it and invest it in economic development. So I'm not going to go through the process because we're not needing to do that right now. But the bottom line is you folks did a process. You have a development program. What can we do? We could actually amend it, but we'll talk about my strategies that I'm recommending. So right now you have 3 TIF districts. And we noted an error here, but the Northbrook, established in 1997, will expire in March of 2027. It's right around the corner. And the Route 100 South was established in 1998, and that also will expire in February of 2028. So the November is a mistake there. The Village District was established in 2018. It expires 30 years from now in 2048. So back to what I was talking about for every tax dollar, I kind of put like a little dollar bill. It's one of those little pictorials that kind of helps you understand. You split the buck down the middle. So for every tax dollar generated, that's new growth, you lose 50 cents on a dollar. That's where your formula funding is. Some towns are 70-30. Some are like, I live in Old Orchard Beach, and it's a 5.95. So in other words, it doesn't make sense to do an economic development TIF district because it wouldn't benefit them. So so what happens to the fund in the TIF districts when they expire as we get to that? And we're going to be talking about that when I get to the next step. Both your Northbrook and your Route 100 are both expiring in the next year/2 years. 2 things need to happen. put it in a sinking fund, and I need to contact the state to make sure that that's capable of doing, or keep it in a project cost account, which is fine, but you have 3 years to spend that money. So when we start talking about what remains in these balances, if you do not expend by 2030 on eligible projects, for example, the Northbrook, you put it back in the general fund, run the risk of a penalty from the state, and all of that. So the South Bay, you've got till basically 2031. So those two, and we'll talk strategies, I'm going to recommend to the council to look how to, for lack of a better word, drain them down and spend them on economic development. And economic development, it's not like, okay, hire an economic development director, do marketing and all of that stuff. It's about infrastructure. It's about replacing culverts. It's about doing paving. It's about the village transformation project. So the next question that comes to mind is, can people extend the TIF district beyond its original designation? New state statute says absolutely, but there's a caveat. You must spend 75% of existing balances upon the amendment, and the incoming money, 75% has to be spent on affordable housing. I have not heard since I've been here that that's a topic of huge excitement. So I'm being funny here, but I mean, the bottom line is, absent the need for spending it on affordable housing, I would never recommend that you file an extension, because the money that exists in these accounts would have to be 75% for affordable housing. So that's an issue. So I think that's it for helping you understand, and then I just wanted to jump into the strategies and what I'm going to be recommending for the budget that will be released this coming Thursday. Any questions so far on understanding the ins and outs of TIFs in general?
Can I ask a quick question, Denise? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So one of the questions I had is the village transformation project. So we could use some money towards that. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
That is correct, and I'm going to share with you in a minute that you folks have already voted and appropriated some of this money already to that. So
Okay.
we'll talk about that. Yes, absolutely.
And then the second part of that is, when we talk about affordable housing, and you may be able to jump in here and add a little bit more to the mix, but what would be considered affordable housing? Is there it has to be 20 places? Can it be 3 places? Is there a certain dollar? Because let's say we decided we wanted to put some of this money in, and we said we'll have 5 affordable housing units available, and we'll use the money towards that. Is there a certain number, or is it how does that criteria work?
I don't believe there's any kind of specific criteria other than 75% has to be used for affordable housing. One thing it cannot do is, and it's a common misconception. People think that, well, affordable housing, well, what if I pave the street and bring sewer and I bring water? That constitutes, no. You can't build it to bring it. You have to bring it, and then whatever they need, you assist in their needs. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
So Denise, can you hear me?
I can.
So one question that I have is, so for example, and we talked about it a little bit, the Northbrook one runs out in March of 2030. So we would
Correct.
definitely,
That's 2027.
yeah,
You have till
2027, but we have, we have 3
Yep.
years to spend it. So if we're looking at doing it, for example, on the village transformation project, if you look at the layout, it's saying right here, August 2031, final plans, specifications, and estimates. And again, my concern is that we put that money there and we want to spend it on that, but because the time runs out, then we're at a disadvantage. So I guess the thing we wanted to talk about is the other alternatives to that, meaning what can we use this money for now that we could spend it on, and then hopefully let Village 3 grow enough in the long run.
Right. So it's a great question. Do we want to park it till I start going over the financials, or you want
Yeah,
me to
we can
answer
park
that?
it till then, but I want to make sure that we can go over that part because
Yep.
I don't want us. I feel like I don't want us losing money because we all know how things have
Yeah.
a start date and then they keep getting delayed, which obviously the Village Transformation Project keeps getting delayed. But I want to make sure
Yep.
if the specifications and estimates get delayed that we don't
Yeah.
lose that money because it's sitting there.
So one of the strategies, and we'll talk about that, is in this upcoming year, you vote to shift that money toward the project. And then if you don't spend it, the council has the ability to turn into the general fund and earmark it. But that's a little bit of a complicated strategy, but I think you will be fine. I think if we notify the state and let them know that we're wanting to put it in a sinking fund to be utilized for this, I think you should be fine. Bottom line is when I start talking about the strategies for the fund, about how that's already been appropriated. It's already been voted. Like, for example, 632,000 or has already been voted on 7 years ago in 2018, I think. And yeah.
I have another question, or just a point to make. My understanding is that Route 100 South TIP doesn't actually exist anymore because it got at a special election in 2020, voters approved shifting it away from Route 100 South toward the Yarmouth Road component of what is now the Village Transformation Project. And so it's designated for that purpose, for however we're going to end up using it, sidewalks or stormwater or whatever it might be. And I just really want to make that clear because it's a little bit of a misnomer to keep referring to it as the Route 100 South. I mean, longtime residents might know it as that, but it's actually a fact that the town voted to use it for Yarmouth Road.
Yep. And I'll go over that when we get into financial strategy.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have to use them by their legal financial names in Northbrook, number 1, and South Gray, number 2,
Okay.
100 Village Street. And so when I refer to that doesn't, all of the programs that you folks have created have the capability of doing it within the confines of that unit of land, but you also have designated it to be able to be spent outside that. So it's kind of like that's the name.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that's the limitation, if that
All
makes
right.
any sense.
That's good. Thank you, Denise. Appreciate it.
Yep. So if there are any other questions, let's roll through what we produced for the finances. I have to say right now, a huge shout out to Lee Fitzpatrick, who's our staff accountant, and Justine Hutchings, our finance director. She was tenacious. Debbie went through the bottom, dug down way beyond FY22 activity, but the last audited where we could confidently say what had happened, there's your spreadsheet. So basically your
Denise,
beginning balance. Yeah.
Denise, any way to make it a little bigger? I mean, I was going to understand.
Britt's doing it. Yeah, Britt,
do what
if
you
you can
can.
just do like.
If you hold down Control and use the roll upward on your mouse, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. That's better.
All right. So we're going to start with the first of the FY22. So the beginning balances, and we have confidence in this because it was not the most sleek and well done. So we got to it. So at the beginning balance for Northbrook, South Gray, and Village, you see where the number's at. Okay, so that's, keep in mind that each of one of them has to be kept separately. We can't commingle it. And so that's what you have. So the contributions, where you see a contribution as we go down through the spreadsheet, that is essentially what the tax revenue is going into that account. And then the program costs in Northbrook primarily were your credit enhancement agreement with Intercon. So you really, if you look at it, you've got 22 and then 23 right here in front of you. Other than the credit enhancement agreement, that's all you spent out of it. No other investment in anything. When you look at South Gray, you had a beginning balance of 1.1 million, and then you had your contribution, so it grew at the rate of 332. And then you see the deduction and the program costs. If you look down there, you have the bond payment, so it was used for a bond payment. Yarmouth Road reconstruction, it used it for sidewalks and what have you. And then the water district planning and construction and engineering came out of that. Groundwater analysis. At the end of the day, at the end of FY22, you still had $1 million. All right. And then we go to the village, the newer one in 2018. You see the beginning balance, and then smaller growth, only 111. But then you had program costs of 75, which was the village planning. So that's when you started working on your village planning. So it left you with 401, leaving a grand total of 1.9 among all districts. So let's move ahead, and Britt, if you can expand the FY23 a little bit larger so I can explain what happened there. So in FY23, again, you have your beginning balance, which is basically your ending balance from the year before. Again, basically the CEA was the only activity that you produced out of Northbrook. And on the other one, what you spent is $495,000 on the water district project. And then Yarmouth Road project appropriation is $500,000. That is part of the VTP project. Okay. And that was an appropriation and actually expended. So then you look at the Village 3 program costs, again, the same thing. You're looking at the village planning. Then you're looking at a carry forward amount and the GP cog annual dues. I guess you paid out of that. And the Route 26 leaves you, after expending all of that, a $354,000 balance. The rest of the stuff, let's go to the next page, Britt. And this is where it gets really, my opinion, exciting, because this is where you see where you have money. So the FY24, again, the contributions means the growth. So it comes from the general tax revenue and it goes into the TIF. And then you had an appropriation, the VTP, the orange line shows 626,753. That's just not a magical number. Your voters approved that amount for Village Transformation Project. So unless you unencumber or undo anything, you are committed by the voters to using that money. All right. And so you have that ability. And so the reason why it looks like a deduct, it hasn't been spent down, but it's an earmark. So we can't count on that money. You've committed that. You've committed the bond payments in the other account. So at the end of the day, it looks like you don't have any money, but you're starting your piggy bank. And I'm going to show that on the last page. So the FY25 activity, as we get into that one, again, you had the economic development budget coming out of that. You had the CEA, leaves you with the balance that's there. And then the FY26 with the contributions and the budget and no other expenditures, you're looking at a pretty healthy balance going into FY27. So here goes and in lies going to happen here, what I'm recommending to the council to look at. So the FY27, and you can go to the next page, Britt, that'd be awesome. And you'll see the yellow line. In the yellow box, basically what I am going to recommend for the South Gray is that, and you have the capability of doing that, you wrote your TIF district in a manner in which you can capture 0 to 100%. So 100% means you capture it all and it goes into the TIF fund. But you also have the ability this year, in this particular account, to say, I don't want to capture anything. So 100% of that goes into the general fund. And so what I'm proposing is, in that particular case, it's going to offset other expenses, because right now, if it's in the TIF account, 100% has to be for economic development. If it goes in the general fund, you have total control. And so as you look at what we're proposing to do, is you capture nothing, and then you cover your program costs of the economic development budget. The Mayberry Road culvert is going to be covered by those two districts. That's $428,000 or thereabouts. And road paving budget is completely covered out of that. So basically the taxpayers aren't going to field that $900,000 plus or minus cost. And it'll be covered completely by the TIF districts and the TIF money. So anyway, at the end of the day, the goal is to zero out Northbrook 1, because that's going to expire anyway. So by the end of 27, you're zeroed out. And 2, you have till the following year to get it, but you're going to leave a small balance of 264 to use for whatever. You have 3 more years to use it, and then you have a significant amount of money on the in the other column. So we made a couple of changes in here, but that's what this translates to. A lot of that, but you, as voters, approved what's left after the design of the downtown project. You have 478,914 left in the Yarmouth. The Village Transformation Project already has approved 587,456. So you're at $1,066,370 total, 3.1 balance. Then Debbie did some further forensics, and they found a separate savings account. Ray had developed another savings account. So there's an extra $568,073 totally relegated specifically to the DTP. So that puts you, going into this project, $1,634,443. So if you look at the balance left in the village program projections, and the current map as of today was, we'll adjust this, is $1,410,305. You do all of that as of today. You folks already have $3,044,748 toward your 3.1 commitment. That we'll be asking for in another meeting for the Village Transformation Project. I mean, clearly the 1.4 I talked about, you can use it for anything, but the bottom line is it's coming out of the Village Program TIF District. That's the best use of its money. And so at the end of the day, you're $60,000 short of meeting that goal as of at the end of FY27. So it was kind of a huge aha moment when we figured this all out. And it's just invigorating to know that you have that. It's your choice, though, the 1.4. It's the village TIF, but it's designed for infrastructure and what have you. So lots to digest. Questions?
Could you just go over what the Mayberry...
Folks, I don't hear you.
Huh. I'm looking for an explanation of the Mayberry culvert as well as the paving on Route 100.
Oh, yeah, on the last pages. That's right. So the project accounts, yes, I did cover that. So if you look at the project accounts, and that, yeah, thank you. So you see the Mayberry culvert is 348 out of one of the accounts, 89 for the total estimate of 438,000.
Yeah, where is that on Mayberry, and what? Where is it on Mayberry, and what exactly are we doing?
That's a good Tim Estes question, but it's failing and it needs to be done in the next year. So it either gets paid out of TIF or it gets paid out of the town budget. Keeping in mind that everything that's in the TIF district is 100% local dollars, versus if you go to put that in the general fund expenditures, you really have to raise double that to be able to pay for it. So it doesn't show up right away, but at the end of the day, recommendation is to pay it out of there. Because we have to spend down Northbrook 1 anyway. So, and that's what it could be used for. And then his paving budget, again, to take it out of the South Gray. Bottom line is you don't want to close these accounts and have money there and pay a penalty for the excess balance. Right.
I know in the past, a lot of TIF money's been spent on salaries, and, there's been questions about that. Are we still able to do that as long as it's going towards trying to develop this stuff? Or, I just want to make sure. That's one of the questions that concerns me.
It can, and it's been budgeted for in the appropriation articles. We projected that it's still going to pay X amount of percentage of the town manager's salary, X amount of percentage in finance who manages the TIF budgets and what have you. That's all still projected. Yep.
And then my other question was, we had talked about at one point in time about creating a new TIF district. Are we going to talk about that, or is that kind of where we're at now? Or
this is where you're at now. My recommendation is until a new business or some insight of a huge development project comes in, we do one of two things. If it's near the village TIF or near enough, we just add it as a property and you already have the tax value. If it's like some huge 100,000 square foot business that comes from out of state and we need to create, then you would create a separate one for that. Yep.
Okay. And then my last question is with Enercon. I know when we years ago developed that, we didn't have a lot of restrictions, and Enercon did not let a lot of businesses come in that wanted to come in. You know, if we do something like this in the future with a company like that, are we able to set restrictions and say that they can't restrict a certain business from coming in?
You're in the driver's seat. Mm-hmm. You were in the driver's seat when you did the Enercon. It just wasn't done probably as well as it could have. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's my take. You're in the driver's seat. I amended 9 districts in Saco. We added 2 to 3 new ones, and we put limitations on the credit enhancement agreements. For example, even if the TIF was good for 30 years, I didn't let them have a credit enhancement agreement longer than 10 years. And we did a graduated incentive. So everybody's cash poor when they open a business. So they got 75% of whatever we gave them for the credit enhancement agreement. And on the 10th year, they were down to 10%, and we put a cap. So a cap is where you folks need to go and explore. So let's just say, it's going to bring in 30 million over 30 years. You want to be saying, well, I don't want to give them more than 10%. So they're getting a 3 million cap. If they hit the cap in 10 years, great gravy train. If they hit it in 15, then that's it. But you have a cap and you have a limitation, and then you have conditions. Absolutely. You put employment conditions, you can put whatever conditions you want. All of this is negotiated in an executive session, obviously not to predispose economic, what do I call it? Anyway, bottom line is it's done in an executive session. You come back to the public, and then the council votes on the credit enhancement agreement. Not to be confused with a TIF district. So the TIF district is like the big thing, and the CEA is just specific to one business. And it usually, you have to write in such a manner that it can't be transferred. And so that's really a good incentive for the business to stay, right? It's one they give them a CEA for 10 years and they fly away, but you can't transfer it.
Okay, so what you're saying is if the business sells, they can't sell that to somebody else within a certain time frame. Is that correct?
Well, the CEA can't go with it. Correct. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Denise. All right, so if I look at the Village 3 in 2027, we're looking at 1375 estimate, right?
Yep.
And then I know that we have the savings account for 568 as of 1/31/26. And where's the other 587 that's approved? Where was that?
The 568 is a separate savings account, not reflected in here because you folks opened up a separate savings account.
Okay. And it was, how much was it? No, not the 568. I've got the 568. I'm looking at the 587. Was that the one they voted on?
No, that's the one that's the 626. If you go up, Britt, just a sheet before. So you'll see the 626 somewhere here, or 626, but what's been expended against it.
Oh, okay. So how much is in that one still then?
That one is...
I'm just trying to add up everything. So...
Well, you go to the project account, and the project account will show you. So let's go down to the bottom.
Right.
And so the project account sits there in the village planning. So you've got the village... let's go up a little bit.
So I'm looking for what's already approved that we have left.
Yeah. So go up one more page, Britt. Thank you. So you got the village planning right there. So you have 623,000 in the VTP, right?
So 623 is what you said?
Yeah, that's what's left.
Okay, so you got the 623,
combined.
you got the 568, you get the 1.3, and then what else is? Because you said we had 3 point something?
Yeah, okay, so you've got, let me see, where's the North Yarmouth? That's the first one. Let's go up a little bit. So the the Yarmouth Road reconstruction, you basically have 478,074 remaining in all of them.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right?
Yeah.
And then, because you've expended to date. And so when you add all of these up, I'm going to re-add it. I said some numbers here, but I forgot about the expenditures. So we're basically, I'll come up with that. Tonight's job was not to tell you what you had, but you're pretty darn close to 3 million.
Yeah, I mean, no,
So
we're
478, and
because you think about it, this is 27. If the village TIF is getting 300 grand a year, we've got another 3 years. That's almost, if if we invest
You
this,
got
right,
it
just
right
that
there.
money's almost worth another 100 grand on interest, so that's another million right there.
Yeah.
So we would have plenty to do the 3.1 to 3.5.
That is correct.
With money
So-
left over to, as Mike says, which I don't want to lose sight of, is having money to pay for, employees that are working on economic stuff. We've talked about if a vehicle's got to go through town like a plow, we should be able to use some of that money, TIF money, to pay for it because it is in the town at that time. So I don't want to lose the availability of doing that because it's kind of free money and I don't want to raise taxes. So.
Absolutely. And as part of the budget process, I'm going to be presenting like options and things that you folks need to be
Perfect.
thinking about, right?
Perfect.
Making a decision this year that impacts in years to come. So
Fantastic. Thank you.
you're welcome. Any other questions?
I just had one more, if that's okay. And it's not more of a question, it's more of a comment. I want to make sure when I say this, because a lot of people ask us, I know a lot of us councilors get asked about TIF and how to explain it. And obviously it's very hard to explain. And sometimes we say it's free money, sometimes we say it's this. But what it really is that we're not giving money back to the government. We're allowed to keep it. So
Correct.
in a sense, it's free, but it is our money. But we just don't have to give it away. We're allowed to keep it as long as we use it on certain criteria. Is that kind of the easiest, the elevator way to say it?
The elevator way to say it is that, and here's the thing, basically, without a TIF in these districts, you would lose 50% of that. So the money that you're seeing there right now, that you have the 1.6 million aggregate, you would basically be losing 800 of that if it wasn't in a TIF. So the easy way to say is you get to keep the new growth 100% in the town and 100% in local control and not basically given away.
Perfect.
Okay,
That's great, Denise. Thank you.
you're welcome. And
Appreciate it. Thank you, Denise.
You're welcome. As part of the budget process, I'm going to integrate a lot of this, and you'll see where the worth really helped to keep the tax rate down for the budget presentation that's upcoming.
All right. So I think we're good here. Can we move on to the next topic, which is the Village Transformation Project?
Sounds great. At this point, I believe Ernie is remote, and so Ernie is going to get started, and we'll add some comments, and I will add some as well when everybody's done.
All right, beautiful. Let me pull this up real quick.
And Vince, we have somebody with a hand raised. I don't know if you see that.
That's probably Ernie.
Okay.
All right,
I just allowed Ernie's mic.
beautiful. And I think we have Charity Klinger who has joined us as well, so welcome. All right, so
Hi, Denise. This is Ernie. Denise, can you hear me?
we can hear you.
I can't access that Teams link. It's telling me it's an unsecured connection, so I don't know if it's a state thing. I'm calling in on the mobile access, so I don't have any access to my computer.
So I've got a question for you, Ernie. I had the same issue because I tried forwarding it. Did you try forwarding it to a different email, or was it to the email that it was sent to?
Denise forwarded it to me yesterday, so I just opened it up, hit it, and it just says unsecured.
Okay. I think, Britt, can you send him a secured one? Because that's what happened to me as well. When it got forwarded to me, it wouldn't work, but the one you sent me did.
Hey Ernie, this is Kyle. Is it also possible for you to just go ahead and continue to the website anyway, despite the warning you get?
Yeah, it won't let me continue, unfortunately. It just stops me right there.
Okay.
I tried going in through the town's website, and it produced the same error. Okay, Britt just sent me that. Let's try this one.
Ernie, could you just pull up the slides? I don't know if you have the slide deck at your house or on your computer, and you could just tell us which page you're on, and we could just flip it on ours.
He's on his phone right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's letting me in now, like, because Britt sent me the link directly, so I'm trying that now.
fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what happened to me as well today. I couldn't get a forwarded one on. I had to get a direct one. I just admitted you.
Okay, beautiful. I will hang this phone up. Thanks.
Ernie, I just enabled your microphone and camera, so you can switch those on whenever you're ready.
Okay, beautiful.
It's
not allowing me to
put my camera. I can't do anything. Yeah, it's not allowing me to use my camera. Can you at least hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Britt, are you able to share the documents?
Yes, she can.
While they're pulling that up, I'm just going to note that the Village Transformation Project is something the town has been working on with MDOT for many years now. And it's, these kinds of projects are always kind of relays, you know, they're not sprints. There's been an extensive public process involved with, getting public input. It's based on the comprehensive plan, and it looks like we have some stuff on the screen here. So, yeah, all right, good. And so Ernie Martin is the project manager for this for MDOT, and he's going to be talking more about MDOT's involvement and our shared vision and goals for this project.
Okay, so the document that you see in front of you is a typical document I try to make for all these grant type projects. It just basically gives a little bit of background, additional information if you want to scroll down, Britt. You know, just talks about the areas that are being looked at as part of this project. Then you'll see the specific project information, you know, the 202 section, the Center Road sections, Portland Road, Route 115, North Yarmouth Road, or Yarmouth Road, I should say. And there's two pieces of the Brown Street connections, and the access point of Shaker Road is also included, as well as the intersection of Collie Hill Road is going to get modified a little bit. So overall, you got total project of 2 miles related to this project, so it is quite extensive. And just some of the things that I threw in here, just items that we're going to modify or reconstruct. Obviously, this traffic signals, the intersections are going to get modified. All the roadways are going to be fully reconstructed. Sidewalks are upgraded. There'll be some RFBs out there, so if you want to understand what the RFB looks like, I added that YouTube link in there. Granite curb throughout. Roadway drainage is obviously a big factor here. You're looking at $3.5 to $4.4 million worth of drainage improvements on these portions of roadway. So as far as a significance, that is significant, and the drainage is in very poor condition out there globally. So the aerial utilities will be modified, underground utilities. There will be some water line improvements out there that'll be associated with the project. We've been working with the water district for a few years now. As Ann mentioned, this has been around a while. There'll be multi-use paths added, bike lanes, sidewalks in certain areas where we have the width and area for those to be installed. Obviously, right now, the current project funding is federal, state, and local funding. And I believe Denise is working on that agreement that includes the preliminary engineering and right away for the stage that we're trying to complete. And I just threw in the NEPA stuff. With every one of our projects, we have to follow, look at all the natural resources, National Environmental Protect Policy Act, it's what it's called. So you do have some historical significance out there within the project area that we'll have to navigate and work around as far as how we impact those. But nothing's of serious issue out there as far as needing to mitigate for that. So I think from that standpoint, I think we're in pretty good shape for working through the NEPA process. I think next, that's just a notice of the open house. I sent this letter out to the abutters. So the abutters on the project received that notice, hopefully, and notice of the open house tomorrow night. And then in talking with Denise, she wanted me to do a breakout of the project. Now, this is very conceptual in nature. So when you look at that US Route 202, that's the main artery of the project. So that's around the $15 million level. Yarmouth Road is around 7. Obviously, the prior plans that were done by Goro Palmer were helpful in trying to define that estimate, and that one's probably fairly accurate at today's cost. Then you have the Brown Street connections, modification of how Brown connects into Yarmouth Road is probably the major connection point that gets modified there. And then there's going to be a little crossover kind of right where Aroma Joe's is that'll connect through Aroma Joe's parking lot from Yarmouth to Brown. That's where that D comes into play. Poland Road, Route 100, as it's called, it's about $1.75 million to do that segment. Then the Center Road. Center Road, we're looking at dead end in Center Road, and we will have 2 connections that go from 202 to Center, as well as 100 to Center, and that's the G and the H segment. So right now we're looking at about $29 million of construction cost. What's not shown on here is the PE, the right-of-way, as well as the construction engineering costs that'll get added on to that. And I apologize for this. This is a very terrible document, but it's a way to describe the segments based off the estimates. There is roll plots. I don't know if those are within the file here. Is there a way, Britt, for you to go to the website? Beautiful. So we've already started creating a gray downtown revitalization project page. One thing I do want to say, as we make our way through the grant process, which we'll talk about here in a second, is for the town to figure out what exactly to call this project. I guess I went gray downtown revitalization because it kind of dovetails in the principal group's study that was performed a couple of years back. So keep that in mind as we progress this. If you want to scroll down, Britt. So if you hit the Gray Village Transformation Project roll plot with aerial next to last, here's a little bit better image. So when you look to the left, you'll see the 2 connector roads that come up from 202 to Center and then center to Route 100. And you can see where we show Center Road being dead-ended. Still a lot of discussion to be had with this plan in general, so don't take this as final by any stretch. Then you can see a portion of 100 that's going to get completed. And then obviously the intersection of 202, 100, and Yarmouth Road is going to get a pretty decent overhaul, look at the turning movements and try to make that a little tighter. You'll see some crosswalks in there that are going to be a little bit shorter for pedestrians to navigate a little better than they do today. Then as you make your way north, you have Brown Street, and that comes right down to Yarmouth Road. And then you'll see that little connection piece that I mentioned that goes from Brown over to Yarmouth Road. It's kind of right next to the Aroma Joe's. Then you make your way north. There's not really going to be a lot of change here. Obviously, I think the biggest thing here is going to be looking at space. Look at what's available for on-street parking, looking at what's available for esplanades, landscaping. All those are on the table. It's just a matter of diving into the elements as we get further along with design and see what can fit. As you make your way north, you see that Collie Hill intersection gets teed up a little bit. I think that's going to be a big factor here. Also, with the development that could possibly happen across from that intersection that the town has plans for, you'll see a crosswalk there, and the multi-use path will continue north from that location as well. So that's kind of on the radar as well as we make our way through this. If you want to scroll down a little bit, Britt. Thank you. So as you can see where the project ends, just right about Wayne Avenue is where this particular project will terminate. Just do want to mention we did have a project that went from Wayne Avenue to the Greater Gloucester town line, but the CDS was unfortunately removed. So we're still trying to figure out how to get that back on the radar for completion, because that really does need the work as well. I guess I'll stop there. Any brief questions that you might have on the stuff I've quickly thrown at you?
I do. If we go back, Ernie, to if you can scroll back for a second, Brett, to the first, that one right there, yeah. I think one of the biggest concerns we've all had is that intersection there coming up from the Turnpike, where you're going to dead end Center Road, that area right there. One of the biggest concerns is that area is just always congested. It's just, I know Ken's been concerned with trucks being able to turn. Is this going to make it so that a truck could turn? What will happen in that scenario?
Yeah, what we do is that we have a WB67 is the largest truck that's on our highways. We have a turning template for that. So we've run those turning templates on all of these quadrants to verify that trucks will be able to make those corners appropriately.
Okay.
And related to that, I'm hoping tomorrow night, will we have some TVs available to put some stuff up on the TVs to run some modeling exercises so people can watch it function?
Yes.
Perfect. So what we've created is what we call a sim traffic model. It's very, very simple, but it shows the traffic movements and how they move around each one of these intersections appropriately. The key to this project is really those connector roads to improve the mobility. That's probably the biggest thing that I can say this project will produce. And that will also be a good driving factor for that grant application to show that we are improving mobility, safety for all users, right? Not just vehicles, but bicyclists, pedestrians, So that's the biggest goal as we look through these design elements and get prepared for pulling that grant application together. I do have a sheet. It's kind of a fact sheet for the grant. And is there a way for you to give me share responsibilities? And I can probably pull that particular up, and that might be a good spot to bring that up now.
You should be able at the top
Yes.
left say take control. Can you
I
see
I just made Ernie a presenter, so he should be able to share his screen.
that? Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure. Can you see that now?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Let's go back here. Share everything. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Okay, I am not able to pull this in for some reason.
Want to do just like, we're going to be here tomorrow night. You want to just say?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of why I don't think we should.
Ernie, is there something that you could email to Britt and have her pull it up?
Yes, I can. Technology is great when it works. And it's on my end too.
Well, if it wasn't for technology, we wouldn't be having this meeting tonight. So that's the
True.
good thing.
You know,
True.
just for time's sake, Ernie, you want to just? It sounds like we're going to have some TVs for you tomorrow night, and that we can hook everything up here, and that way you'll have a little bit better control over things, and hopefully things will be more cooperative, and maybe we can just run through those when you're here tomorrow night.
Yeah, that'll be great. I will also have all these printed off for handouts too for the public and you folks. So that'll probably be a better situation.
All right, fantastic. I cannot thank you enough for your time tonight, and I appreciate that, and we look forward very much to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, I plan to be down there probably around, make sure I'm down there around 2:30, make sure we have time to get set up for 4 to make sure everything's laid out and ready for folks to start coming in.
Yep, and that again will be for anybody, that'll be in here tomorrow from 4 to 6:30 p.m. We're good?
That sounds good.
All right, great.
Thank you, Ernie.
Workshop adjourned. Let's take a
right,
quick
I'll see you
5-minute
guys
break,
tomorrow.
and we'll be back. Late 7:16. We're here at 24 Main Street in Gray. You can join this meeting tonight through Teams. You can also dial in on the phone at 469-708-0487, meeting ID 815-411-060. This meeting will be held in person and online with the links above provided. Residents wishing to participate in the public comment or public hearing portion of the agenda may do so by clicking in to participate or calling in using your phone provided. Roll call, so we've got Councilor Johnson. Is Councilor Klinger
Present.
there? I cannot see.
No, she may come back. She had an emergency with one of her
Okay, I
sheets,
can't hear
so-
you, but I can read you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Councilor Gass?
Present.
Councilor Farrington? Present. And myself. All right, great. All right, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance here. I pledge allegiance
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
delay got me a little. Fantastic. All right. So the first thing we want to do is the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
All right, beautiful.
Second.
Thank you. All right, great. Council communications. Do you want to?
Do we all want to vote on the minutes, or is
Oh,
this-
do we? All right. All in favor? All opposed? All right. All yeas, no nays. Council Chair Johnson, do you want to go with your report first, or would you like to follow at the end?
I can do whatever it's easiest for you guys. Can you hear me okay, though?
Yeah.
Perfectly.
All right, excellent. First of all, thank you, Vinny, for stepping up. I had a family event that I had to attend to. I planned on being there this evening, so I really appreciate Vinny taking over tonight. We have a lot going on, so it was important that we had this meeting, so I wanted to thank him. I don't have a ton to report. I did want to report real quick that the library, their next meeting is the fourth Tuesday of next month. They did hire Sarah Paul, who has been a long-time patron. They're very excited to have her. She is the circulation assistant, and everyone seems to be very happy that she has joined the team. They're planning the summer reading program right now, and on the 7th and 14th, let's see, there's going to be a class. I don't have the time, but Andrea's going to have a class on how to use the library online, and we all appreciate what Andrea does. For email correspondence, I have received quite a few emails in regards to the surface water, to the Gray Water District, about the fire truck updates, and also about the new LD, whatever number that is, from Scott Liberty and a few others. All these we're going to be covering at portions tonight, so I'm not going to get into them. But that is my quick update. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next, Councilor Gass.
Sure. The Resiliency Committee met in February. I was unable to attend due to a family obligation. They're working on the presentation on the Surface Water Protection Ordinance at the April meeting. Work is continuing on stream classification and delineation. These are streams that previously weren't mapped or kind of considered as part of entering Little Spago Lake. Members are keeping the town office supplied with Lake Smart educational materials and coming up with a handout that code enforcement can provide to property owners around how to protect the watershed. Sandy Carter, who's the resiliency chair, and I met with the fire chief here in Gray and New Gloucester representatives to talk about emergency management planning. This is something we've been doing quarterly for a while now. And talked about promoting the idea of promoting the use of the Code Red, What Three Words apps, which are efforts to sort of get information out to people quickly in an emergency, as well as efforts to keep low-income people and seniors safe and warm through programming like window dressers. And just shout out to all the volunteers who stepped up and made this happen. The recent program this winter saw 237 inserts made, serving 50 different families, 30 of whom were from the Greater Gloucester area. So that's really quite impressive. The Bling Rides program for seniors has been expanded into Gray. They're looking for volunteers if anybody has the time. And we talked about doing some fall prevention training. And we also talked about something called the Community Emergency Response Team, which is promoted by Cumberland County. And these are volunteers who are trained and dedicated to assisting others during emergencies. This is not a program we're using here in in Gray yet. It just seemed like something that we might want to explore a little bit more. Sandy Carter and I also met with Heather Hunt of the Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District to discuss options for implementing the watershed management plan that was recently adopted by the council. We have a follow-up meeting with a larger group of stakeholders this coming Thursday. Just to be clear, we're not thinking that the town of Gray is in a position right now to take the lead on a new grant. We just have too much going on. But this is an example of where Wyndham might apply for us, and that we would, kind of support their application. Open space members are reaching out to stakeholders for Landowner of the Year nominations. If you have any suggestions, let me know. They're looking at GIS mapping to identify likely parcels to start conversations with landowners around conservation. And at our upcoming meeting, which will be a week from tomorrow evening, we'll have Krista Chappell, former council member, who now works for Maine Farmland Trust. She's going to come and talk about her work and tools that are available to help protect farmland. I got correspondence around the Gray Senior Housing. Worked with Kyle to update information about the watershed management plan to make it more accessible on the website. Several emails asking the council to replace our chair. I wrote to Representative Annie Graham and to State Senator Teresa Peirce to introduce them to Adam Wilkinson and Bob Coleman and their work on the large parcel taxation that they presented on in the last meeting. To see if there was a way to get their information to the Property Tax Relief Task Force, the statewide task force. So I sort of made that warm handoff. And I received a letter from the Wyndham Town Council, I'm not sure if all the council members did, regarding the watershed protection work from the town of Wyndham. So the Wyndham Town Council sent that to us. That was interesting to see. And in activities, I attended the Municipal Innovation Day at the Rue Institute. So that's it for me.
Councilor Farrington?
Yeah, I had three committees that I went to. The first one was the ad hoc committee, the transfer station. So we're going to be finishing that up on March 11th. And Barney Boynton, our chair, will present that to the council probably in the first meeting in April. So we need to get that on the agenda. That's looking good. We're pretty much going.
Are you wearing a mic?
Yeah. How about now?
Use that
Yeah,
one.
we can't hear you.
How about now?
Sounds like.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
There you go.
Let's try this again. So Barney Boynton will be presenting our findings on April 7th at this committee, and we will make a decision on what we're going to do with all the changes. There's really not too much, but I think everybody's going to be happy with our findings, and he'll present that then. We had a finance committee meeting. They covered the warrants, and Judy was there, Mike was there, and Bob Coleman was there. They're not very happy. They're not getting enough information on their end to see what the warrants are doing. So that's something that they're not getting the POs to cover the warrants. So that's something they need to work on. They covered the interest investments that the town of Gray has. And the CD, we have 2 CDs. So they covered that. They're doing better at giving information to the committee, so I want to thank Justine for doing that. The rec department was last night. They had scholarships for summer camp. 4 people applied, and they were awarded those grants. They visit the budget, so I got a first look at that, and that's a little over from last year, so I'm sure Vinny will take care of that. They have a 5K run coming up in June, so if anybody's interested in that, we would appreciate if you look into it.
Great. First, I'd like to say I love seeing so many people here. It's awesome. This is your town. I hope a lot of you get up to speak because I love it when people come. It's fantastic. So thank you all, and especially on a night like tonight. So I just have two quick updates. One was on the planning board. The chair and the vice chair were reelected, and the Egypt Road Sandbrook South Division was given final approval. And as far as the other committee I'm on, the Ordinance Advisory Committee, that was on February 18th, we did a final write-up for LD 1829. And for those of you who don't know what that is, that's basically some regulations that they're trying to come down for the state, basically trying to shrink the lot sizes that are for buildable property. And so we're just trying to put some things in motion to try to protect what we love about Gray, which is a little bit of space. So from there, I think we have a presentation from Ann Graham. Great, come on up, Ann.
Doing it, the town manager?
He did.
Oh, no, okay.
He did first.
He did the council chair.
Oh.
Oh, it's from Denise.
Oh, Denise, I'm sorry. Denise, do you want to give an update? Sorry about that.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity.
There you are. Okay.
All I was going to say is actually that I really have nothing additional to report other than all of the items that are under my auspices here for the rest of the meeting. So I'm not going to cover that, but I do want to state again a huge thank you to Justine and Debbie for the budget work that they did, and I thank all of the department heads who did a wonderful job. We're going to come in at about a 1% increase and maybe a little bit over 5% on the revenue. The budget will be posted and submitted to you folks, and hard copies provided this Thursday, which is our due date to you folks. And that's basically all I wanted to say. The rest is on the agenda. Thank you.
Fantastic. Ann, please come up. Thank you. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. So good evening. Thank you for letting me come on in. I think I've tried to do this several times. I've not been able to make it. And I did text Councilor Gass and said, "Do you guys having the meeting?" And she's like, "Yeah, we have a lot of work to do." So with that said, I'm going to be pretty brief. I did, Britt brought you what I'm going to say here, and we do have other copies, so if people want to look at that, that's fine. So basically, hey, so I do represent the majority of Gray, so all the way over to Crystal Lake, and then West Gray Road to the south of West Gray Road, and the other part of Gray is represented by Representative Amy Arata from New Gloucester. And we are in our second regular session, so it's a shorter session. So we, the first session you do the budget, and then the second session you do the supplemental budget, kind of fill in those holes. I serve on the Health and Human Services Committee as well as the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. So you can imagine I may be a little busy, so, but it's for so important work. So again, thank you for letting me be here. The main piece that I thought you may all be interested in is property taxes. I think many of you are all very interested in property taxes. I actually started working on that. Representative Ann Matlack from Georgetown was on the taxation committee, and she is actually part of this new property tax relief, real estate property tax relief task force, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. We're fully aware that property taxes are a huge burden to our municipalities. And what, we really are paying attention to that. So LD 1770 was the bill that established this property tax relief task force. And they are actually, what you see, the packet that I gave you, is the executive summary and several recommendations. I will promise not to go through all those because I know you have a lot of work tonight, and I want to get you home safe in the snowstorm. So the main things that I want to point out are the tax measures that my colleagues and I passed last year to help reduce the overall tax burden. One is maintaining municipal revenue sharing at 5% and state funding for K through 12 public education at 55%. So costs for local services don't fall more on residents and further increase property taxes. We are putting money directly back into the pockets of working Mainers by doubling a child tax credit. We're maintaining state-funded direct relief programs like the property tax fairness credit and homestead exemption. You'll see on there, those are all the bills. And then strengthening access to existing tax relief and ensuring that systems delivering it are working effectively for Maine families. And we also rejected proposed tax increases, including pharmacy and ambulance taxes. So as I said, LD 1770 is, we passed it last year to try to fix the property tax system, and it's taking an extremely long time, as you can imagine, very, very complex. It created a property tax relief task force, and they just issued their preliminary report. So again, I have the recommendations. There are 10 recommendations that I gave you all, so you can, that can be your nighttime reading when you can't go back to sleep. Their goal is to provide taxpayers information on the existing tax relief programs, including renters and other eligible individuals who may not receive a real estate property tax bill, to make changes to existing real estate property tax relief programs, including the property tax fairness credit, to allow our taxpayers' income tax credit to offset their property tax bill, to make changes to the homestead exemption, increasing the current homestead exemption to account for inflation, to review current tax programs to ensure they are effective and efficient to administer at the local level, and lastly, the legislation to increase the homestead exemption, providing 100% municipal reimbursement for the difference between the current homestead exemption of $25,000 and the increase amount provided for in such legislation. I'm really excited about this piece. I tried to jump into it, and I remember discussing it with the Maine Municipal Association. They were like, yeah, super, super complex. So we are continuing to work on all that, and I'd love to hear any input that you all have around that. I'm going to jump down to the other piece that Councilor Gass commented on, and I did review the information that Adam Wilkinson and Robert Coleman brought forward, and really looking at how do we look at taxing large parcels of land, and whether the highest and best use. And I know that you guys are going through assessing, and same with North Yarmouth. And so there are several property tax relief programs that we have available, such as tree growth and land conservation and so on. So I'm going to keep this discussion going. I think one of the things that happens with us in the second legislative session is we can't put any more bills in. But if I'm reelected and I go back in next January, if there are bills that you want to work on, or bills that are, things we want to get done, you guys mentioned about the land use and changing lot sizes and so on. I think that those are all important things that I need to hear from you. And if you have suggestions that you want to put a bill in, that you should reach out to me in the fall after I'm elected, so that we can get some things done. But I think really that's the biggest message I want to give you all, is I'm here for you. I mean, part of what I really love doing is constituent work. When people reach out and say, how can you help me with, a septic issue or a land use issue and so on. And I think the other thing that's difficult, and I was a select board member in North Yarmouth, and I think you all have a really hard job, like tougher than what I have to do. It's neighbor with neighbor. It's literally where the rubber meets the road, and I really understand that. And so I think it's super important that you know that I'm there for you, and that helping municipal government be successful, because you really are the bedrock of our communities. So with that, I'm going to just stop there. If you guys have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. If I don't have the answers, I'll come back to you and bring them or send them to you, because again, I see, I'm looking at your agenda, and whew, baby, you've got a lot of work to do, so.
It's interesting, you talk, and I've heard other people talk about, what bills would you like to see? And I think sometimes, I feel like we're overbilled, meaning we'd like to see less bills. We'd like to let a town like Gray manage itself and run itself, where we're not being told by Augusta or anybody else what to do. And then maybe looking at some existing bills where maybe you could just look at maybe refining them and doing that, so we don't have that's kind of my thought, is just, I love this town. We just want to kind of hopefully control it as much as we can on our own. That's like something like why LD 1829 stands out to us so much.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that when we look at bills like that, we're trying to look at the major housing crisis that we have, that the Chamber of Commerce has asked us to find housing for people and figure out a way to do it. And so you're absolutely right, Vince, that we, mandate is a nasty word, and I do not intend on sending you mandates. What I do want is to be able to hear from you, from municipalities, because, if it doesn't work at the local level, then whatever we do, and I agree with you, the first legislative session, you can put as many darn bills as you want to in, and that, I don't think that's good. It's been suggested that we only put in 10. I don't put in bills that I don't care about. So you're absolutely right. I think that empowering our municipalities is something I've always, again, as a former select board member, I really feel strongly about that. So I appreciate that.
No, we appreciate you.
Yeah.
Can you talk about, in reference to the state's efforts to promote more affordable housing development? One of the things that really limits us here in Gray is the lack of public sewer. Most of the town is not connected to public water. So, I know that Greater Portland Council of Governments has been working regionally to sort of, escalate that this is an issue for many communities in Cumberland County and all over the state. But it seems to me that there has been change in the technology around public sewer. It's still not cheap, but you don't have to build these gargantuan systems that used to be able to be built. But I think very few towns are going to be able to afford that on their own. And I'm just wondering if that's something the legislature is actively considering or might consider going forward.
Thanks for the question, Ann. I think, living in North Yarmouth, I actually, majority of the town is on, has private wells and septic tanks. You guys have a mixture, and with aging infrastructure and so on, I know that, just talking about the village improvement programs. So that, and I think, often when they talk about affordable housing, they think more about the city centers, the service centers, more than they do about what happens in our local communities. I have to give a huge shout out to the senior program building.
Avesta, yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and Avesta put together. I was able to tour it. It was the fine example of communities coming together to meet the needs of the aging population in your town. But I agree with you that I don't think we're really paying attention to with that as well as I'd like. There is a relatively new program called MOCA, and it's a municipal. It helps municipalities figure things out like this. So, for example, we just had a big discussion about roads and how, similar to what you're doing with the village improvement, but the Department of Transportation is like, well, that's not our thing. And this is a new, and I apologize, it's municipal and community development, and it was just established in 2025. And there's a part of that called the Municipal Planning Assistance Program. And it gets to what you're talking about. I think we're just, and again, it was established just last year. So I think that we're trying to figure out, okay, we have these grand plans that we want these communities to do, and they're like,
But we don't have
how
the
do you do
tools.
that,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And so we just had this bill, the Department of Transportation has all this money, and they're like, no, we want to do it our way. And we were like, well, no, we want the community to be able to have good sewer and good roads and so on. So it's a nice intersection. So I would suggest when you're talking tomorrow in your open house about your Village Improvement Society, is to kind of connect with that. It's a way to kind of meld that, because I don't think infrastructure and community development and at a state level, we're like, okay, go build this housing, but we don't really tell you how to really get it done.
All right, thanks.
Vince, I've got a quick question.
Go ahead, Mike.
And
Yeah.
one of the issues that we have, I live down on Little Sebago Lake,
Yeah.
is that, as you know, property values are going through the roof, which, some people think it's great. Well, not for people that live there, and want to stay there. Because as a lot of my neighbors are aging, their income isn't growing,
Yep.
but the property values are growing, and they don't want to leave. So it's actually forcing a lot of people to sell that don't want to sell family property.
Yep.
And, I really wish that the state would help us at some age cap, as long as they stay, because we're forcing people out, and it's not new Maine residents that end up moving in there. It's out-of-staters. So it's not the people that we want to stay. So, I really hope that, somehow we can encourage the state to help our population that's growing older stay in those family homes and camps that they've always had.
Absolutely.
Instead of forcing them out.
Yeah, I agree, Councilor Johnson. I think that the property tax fairness and the homestead exemption, and there are exemptions we already have in place for elder population. And you're absolutely right. I think the dilemma that Gray faces is that, and I hate to admit that, North Yarmouth is like this too, but basically become a suburb of and the problem is that people move in and they you're right, coming from out of state, and they can, the property taxes are through the roof. So we're really well aware of that, and there are quite a few tax programs, tax credits for, particularly for the elderly. And I think that the, best way to look at that is to reach out to the, Maine Tax, and look at that. Just go online and look at, there are all kinds of ways. And what I could do actually is to send you all a list of some of those. So the real estate, let me see, real estate property tax relief, I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this, but I don't have it here. I'm gonna send you all a list of the best ways to reach out, particularly for your older population, but there are multiple ways for individuals to get property tax relief. But the dilemma is that the property values are going through the roof, because it's a wonderful place to live, in community distance to Lewiston, to Portland, to kind of the crossroads that you're all talking about, but you are, you're growing, and it's, and it was more affordable, and it's becoming less and less so, I'm afraid.
So I have a question
Yes.
also. So the town evaluates your property taxes at 100%. They went up to 100%. They did that so you can qualify for the Homestead Exemption Act,
Yep.
which is $25,000.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't even scratch how much the taxes went up. So
Yep.
the $25,000, it needs to be about $100,000 to compensate. So the state mandates or tells the town, you can evaluate everybody's houses at 100% value. Well, that 100% value going up from like 60 or 70 increased tenfold over the $25,000. So I see you have that on your list of increasing the $25,000 homestead exemption. So I really think you need to
do it more.
increase that a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Again, and you have those links as well, and this property tax reform task force is still in process and still listening and still trying to figure that out. And I would love it if you would reach out to them directly to say, hey, I'm a town's councilor in Gray, and that's ridiculous. We need far more than that. And you know, I agree. I think that that's one of the reasons I'm talking about this, is that property tax reform is been in the forefront, and Councilor Johnson is absolutely right. People are leaving because they can't afford it.
Well, and I want to go back and touch on Adam Wilkinson's speech.
Yeah.
So the summary of his speech is basically that people who have large parcels of land are being taxed at a rate that they're not, it's unsustainable for them to keep it.
Right.
So I know you said tree growth, farmland and stuff like that. That doesn't even scratch how much. I have a big piece of land and my taxes double overnight. So you can only cut so much wood and you're gonna run out of wood.
Right.
You can only farm so much hay. So there has to be some sort of exemption for people who wanna, let's say you don't wanna do a subdivision. So if you would sign a waiver that I won't subdivide my land for 10 years, you should be able to get some sort of tax exemption. And that kind of aspect.
You know, and Ken, I hear you, and I don't know property tax as well as many of my colleagues. I do think that there are ways to preserve your land without having to log it, without having to farm it, to set it aside and put it, you know, so that all of your land isn't taxed. So I have to, you know, I encourage you to reach out to them to look at that with the land conservation piece. There are multiple ways to do it. I actually hope to connect with Adam and Robert maybe for next to kind of propose what you're talking about to make it even better. But there are programs that you don't have to log, you don't have to farm, but it's set aside so that we have open land. We do not want every piece of gray to have a bunch of subdivisions.
Well, that was the summary of his speech.
Yeah, right.
And that's where we want to do.
Exactly. Yep. And so I think my feedback is we're listening, and I agree with you.
Okay.
And I think that we're finding ways, you know, but there are programs, and we can make them better so that more open space is available, and you're not taxed for all that land that you're not using.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, excellent. All right, good. Thank you, man. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, and you all know how to reach me, and please don't hesitate.
Thanks for your work. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up, 4-H, Alice McGrath.
I'm Alice McGrath. I'm here as a 4-H leader. I work with a very dedicated group of kids who are working on the G&G 4-H Food Pantry Project. And they're doing a lot of great work here in our town and for our town. So they'd like to tell you about it.
I'm Evelyn Potter. I've been in 4-H for 5 years. I'm Ava Holmes. I've been in 4-H for 6 years.
I'm Beatrice Schatz. I'm the president of the G&G 4-H Food Pantry Project, and I've been in 4-H for 10 years.
Wow.
We are here to tell you about the G&G 4-H Food Pantry Project. Our club is part of the 4-H program. 4-H is a national youth program that lets kids learn by doing. 4-H has more than 6 million members and is over 100 years old. It's a part of the cooperative extension and the state universities across the country. Our club was started to support the local food pantries in Gray and New Gloucester. We raise money throughout the year in order to buy 4-H animals at the Cumberland Fair. The meat from those animals is then donated to the food pantries in Gray and New Gloucester. Over the past 10 years, we've been able to purchase 36 market hogs and 12 market lambs. We have given all of that meat to the food pantries. Next, Ava will talk about how our club raises money. Our club does several fundraisers throughout the entire year. During the winter and spring months, we go to Tractor Supply and the Gray New Gloucester transfer stations. We set up a table and hand out pamphlets explaining who we are and what we do. We also have baked goods to sell. Summer is very busy for us. Every Sunday, we have a table at the Gray Village Farmers Market. We talk to people about our project and who we are. We hand out pamphlets and baked goods. We also have a donation jar. Another event we are part of is the Gray Wild Blueberry Festival. We sell cups of blueberry lemonade. We also give out baked treats for a donation. We also go to the New Gloucester Community Fair, where we hand out more pamphlets and talk to people about our project. We have a donation jar and baked goods there as well. There are many opportunities to raise money for this project. These are some we currently do. It's a lot of work, but we have fun doing it.
Not only is our club important for the food pantry, which serves 150 households per month, or about 375 to 400 people in the towns of Gray and New Gloucester, but it's also really important for the 4-H'ers who raise the animals and sell them at the auction. Our project benefits them by encouraging them to keep doing their projects, and it also gives the people who use the food pantries locally and ethically raised meat, which is really important to keep it circulating in our communities, especially for people who can't afford to buy that meat on their own. Yeah, we're just really excited about supporting local meat and future farmers. Thank you for listening. We're happy to answer any questions, but we hope to see you guys at our events.
I'd like to say, I wish everyone that came up to the podium was as organized and as articulate as the three of you. So you are welcome anytime. Thank you so much.
I would like to make a comment as well. First of all, none of you said awe like I do 100 times during my meetings, and that was very impressive. You guys, it's a great opportunity for you guys to grow and learn and give back to the community. I will donate $100 when I get home next week for you guys towards your purchase of your animals to give back to the community. And I really want to thank you guys for coming out tonight and speaking.
I have a quick question. Is it just market hogs that you work with, or do you work with different animals as well?
So we've all been a part of different animal clubs, but our work is to raise the money to buy them at the auction, and we've bought market lambs and market hogs.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, ladies.
Well done.
Thanks, Mike.
That's fantastic. We could all take some lessons from them. All right, so next up will be public comments of non-agenda items, and it's limited to 3 minutes per person. So right now, the public is invited to address the council on any item of business not on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Citizens have the right and are encouraged to speak during public comment regarding items not on the agenda or regarding an item at the time in which it does not appear on the agenda prior to the council beginning its deliberation. All comments and questions during public comment or on agenda items are limited to not more than 3 minutes. Anyone in attendance in person or remotely who wishes to speak will have an opportunity to speak once. The chair, in this case the vice chair, may allow any person who has already addressed the council during public comment on an agenda item or during a public hearing to speak again, but only to clarify a point or to share new and previously unheard point of view. This is not intended as a time for debate. The chair will close public comment as soon as no new information is presented. And again, we are just here to listen and not comment. And if somebody wants to call in, the number is 469-708-0487. And all we ask is you just give your name when you're up here, and the floor is yours.
Scott Liberty, thank you. I'm asking that one of the councilors, I don't care who, would sponsor a workshop for me to make a presentation sometime between now and June. I need 15 minutes of their time. I think it would be beneficial to the town to hear what I have to propose. I've tried for 3 weeks now to get a workshop through the ordinary channels, and I've gotten a lot of rope-a-dope. First I have to go here, then I have to go there, then I have to do this, and then I have to do that, and then today was the final straw where I got an email saying I had to do all kinds of things and meet with the town staff first, and then they would decide if it's appropriate to have a workshop with the town council. And they're not elected. You're my elected representatives, and I want to sit down with you guys for 15 minutes. And it's putting the horse before the cart instead of the cart before the horse. If you have no interest in what I'm pitching, then I don't have to spend any money. They want me to spend the money first and then come to you guys. And I just want to see if there's any appetite for it. And in a nutshell, I'll just tell you now, I've owned a bunch of land at God's Country for 5 years, my wife and I. We were getting ready to record a plan. We have 6 lots split up. Those 6 lots, under current zoning, I can put a duplex on each one of those 2-acre lots currently. And then in July, when the new LD 1829 takes effect, I can add another ADU to each one of those lots, giving a total of 18 lots. But I said, my wife and I said, why don't we go down to the town, see if they would be interested in letting us do 8 small lots at the top, and we'll donate the rest of the land as a conservation easement that will attach to other land that eventually will have potentially open space. So I went to the town, and they said, no, you can't do it. There's no possible way we can do it. You need a contract zone. I said, well, there's no common sense here. I can do 18 units, but I can't do 8 single-family units with the conditions that there's no ADUs or duplexes. No. Fast forward, it took me 3 weeks to figure this out, because nobody wants to help you. They kept saying town sewer, town sewer, town sewer under 1829. You can't reduce the lots because you don't have town sewer, Scott. Well, that's not what the law says. The law says you either have town sewer or you just have a septic system that's engineered, that is engineered to handle over 2,000 gallons a day. So you don't need town sewer. You don't need public sewer. You only need an engineered septic system. So under that scenario, I can reduce the lot sizes to 5,000 square feet. Theoretically, you could do 80 lots, but you have to deduct for roads and all that. So after you make all your deductions, I could do 35 lots on my land. But I don't want to do 35 lots. I want to do 8 lots with open space. But they keep telling me you can't do it. So I want to have a workshop with the town council before I do something.
Time's up, Scott.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
Okay. We're set.
Good evening. My name is Susan Fuller, and I live on Yarmouth Road. I'd like to speak tonight about the school budget. A few weeks ago, I attended a finance committee meeting where it was stated that the budget would increase by about $2 million right out of the gate. Last year, there was also an increase of over $2 million, and that budget did not pass at the ballot box. The district subsequently reduced it by approximately $379,000. The 24-25 budget had an increase of over $2 million. The 23-24 budget had an increase of $1.7 million. Over the past 3 years, the average annual increase has been a little over 6%. I am sure there are areas where cuts could be made. One that comes to mind is the International Baccalaureate, known as the IB program. IB is a 2-year curriculum that costs taxpayers thousands of dollars to operate. Yet only about 16 students graduate from the program. While it may benefit those programs, it is not a necessary program and serves only a small portion of the student population. This could be one of the areas for review, and I am certain there are others. If the residents of Gray want to keep taxes under control, we are going to have to say no to the school budget with this large of increase. It may not be a popular stance, but it may be the responsible choice of Gray taxpayers. I have a neighbor who is moving because their taxes increased too much. And given the current direction, they decided it was time to leave now. I am concerned about widows, veterans, senior citizens, and families who are feeling the strain. While it is nice to have every bell and whistle, we must recognize what we can realistically afford. Please attend both town and school budget meetings while budgets are being developed. Taxes are becoming overwhelming, and we need to come together to ensure we have a successful school and town that everyone can afford to live in and prosper. So please get involved. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, still go and do it. We need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to come up? Come on. No.
Wayne Wood, longtime resident of the town here. And unfortunately, I'd like Vinnie's permission, I guess, to speak on an item that is on your agenda, but I'm not going to be here later to talk on it. Is that the zoning changes that are been put forth here for a first reading for your zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance. I got a first look at that when it went onto your agenda, and wow, there's a pile of information there, and I just think we need some time to review most of it. Now, some of it was put forth as billed as part of this LD 1829 and 2003 stuff, but there's a lot of other stuff that's been proposed for changes in there that I'd like time to review before you get into the council discussions on it.
Great.
Thank you.
Dan McGuire.
Dan McGuire, Johnson Road. Wanted to just talk a little bit about the presentation that Bob and Adam made. There is, Maine law does give the town the authority to create what's called a pilot agreement, and it's a payment in lieu of taxes. And basically what you can do is you can set some parameters on the land. For instance, I'm a big fan of open space, but I don't think it's fair to the landowner to, or let's put it this way, if the community wants open space, the community should pay for it, somehow contribute for that. If I want the ability to walk on somebody else's property and they're willing to let me do that, then I feel I should somehow have a way to contribute to do that. One of the things the town can do is create one of these pilot agreements. And basically what it is payment in lieu of taxes. You can take a look at the value of the land as far as open space is concerned, as far as the contribution it's going to make to the town. And the town can make an agreement to that landowner on what they're going to pay each year for that agreement. So it would probably be obviously less than what the tax bill would be. Those are all details that you'd have to research and figure out. But like I said in the beginning, I think that if we want open space, you're not going to get it through zoning. I mean, you just have to look to the south of us and to other more populated states. Right now, only 3% of the town is zoned commercial and business. Only 3% of the land owned. So if you're unhappy with the way development is going, yeah, I suppose you could make that 1%, but that's not going to solve your problem. And the financial pressure isn't going to ever go away. It's only going to get worse. And there's nothing any of us here can do to stop that. All we can do is use the rules that are available to us and make a decision as a community how we want to spend our money. And frankly, I think this is something that it would be worth the council taking a look at to see if there's some opportunity to give those property owners some relief. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up to speak? Please.
Hey, Bill Gardner, Superintendent of the Water District, and basically I was here to ask you guys for a letter of support for our Lewiston Road water main replacement project. I had put together a letter that I had emailed to you. I was hoping that you guys would sign on to that sooner rather than later, because I'd like to wrap up the application process by the end of the week for that project. Those applications are due for the CDS money by the 18th. As soon as I'm done with that, I'm going to be working on our Libby Hill tank project, which I will be coming and asking for letters of support from you guys, as well as some of the business owners that have already written me letters of support for the Lewiston Road project as well. So I was hoping you guys would consider that and get it back to me before the end of the week. And then if you had any questions about the project itself, I'd be more than happy to answer it. So.
Unfortunately, we can't ask questions now.
Well, Vince, you can.
Can I ask for a point? All right, so I have a couple just clarification ones. Is there on this one? Is there a cost to the town on this one?
Well, it would be, it's an 80-20 grant is how they work, right? Once the money is awarded, it goes to the EPA. The last time I did this, in 2023, I got 1.4 million through Susan Collins' office. The EPA took over the grant from there. They have 6 criteria where you can waive that 20%. We only qualified for one of those, which was 15% of the town's population was on some type of government assistance at the time. Whether or not we qualify for that at this point in time, I couldn't tell you. If we don't qualify for that, we'd have to come up with 20%, which would be 800,000. I would then have to bond that, which means rate cases, right? What my plan is to do with that from there on out is go to the Economic Development Administration through FEMA, through their supplemental disaster program from last year. We qualify for that. I will submit a grant for the 800,000 to that. There's no guarantees we get any of this, and we all know, a lot of us know the problems with Lewiston Road. It's in pretty bad shape.
No, that's good.
Yeah, bad problem.
Does that go to the voters anyway?
Yeah, Vince.
Yes,
Vince,
please.
This is something that we could extend. So I guess one of the questions, if you allow me to ask him, is
Absolutely,
that
go right ahead.
if we can, would it be okay next week? If we can get it on the agenda for next week, I think this is something that most people would want to support, but if you want us to vote on it, then we have to wait a week to get it on the agenda, and we could vote on it next Tuesday. Would that work if we get it on the agenda?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I got the 18th. I need at least three letters of support to submit the application.
Then
And
maybe
I would prefer to have
after-
one from the council.
Yeah, I mean, maybe have one for all, ask us for all 3 of them. I mean, you need 3
Well, no,
letters of support from.
Brad Pollard's been kind enough. The fire
okay,
chief has
okay.
written me
So-
a letter of support. Pemberton's is right one. I mean, the more the better. You need
Yeah.
at least 3.
3,
I think it would be important
Yeah,
that the
so-
council
I don't mean to cut
supporting
you
this.
off, but you need to put this on the agenda.
Well, Mike asked me to
I know.
do this, so I agree
I'm
it
sorry.
should be on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right,
I think we'll support this. Thanks, Bill.
I appreciate that. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Brad Pollard, resident of Gray. I just wanted to tag on a little bit of what Bill mentioned, and this is something that I have been working on, and even the people that, my family before me, I believe, and I'm not really sure because it's really kind of hard to tell, but I believe, or find out, but I believe the water main from the American Legion Hall down to where Coal Farms is it could be close to about 75 to 80 years old. The fire chief and people before Kurt certainly understands the situation with, the water flow down in that area. It's very tough to probably, work on those hydrants. When Jimmy Foster was cleaning out the hydrants, he would give me a heads up so I could not run certain equipment, and when it did happen, or there was something that would happen, I would have some pretty nasty water coming out of those mains. And, the company back when Coal Farms was running, we had coffee makers, ice machines, soda machines, you name it. And so, this has been kicked around, and just quickly, having property down on the Route 100 corridor, we have been approached by people, hey, do you think we could get a hotel here? I mean, these are the things that, the towns wanted, a place, at least a place to stay. And you know what? It can't happen without decent mains coming down that corridor. And I've just seen everybody else get it, but not Route 100. So, Bill, we've been working on this for quite a while, and I'm hoping it will happen, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Going once? All right, we're going to move on. Next is new business, which is Resolve 2526-33, which is the Village Transformation Project. The motion be resolved that the Town Council approves placing a question on the June election ballot seeking voter authorization for the town to commit up to 10% of the total project cost for the Village Transformation Project, with the town's share currently estimated to be approximately $3.1 to $3.5 million, subject to final project scope, design, and funding participation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll make a motion.
All right, beautiful. All right, open the floor for discussion.
Denise, do you want to start off?
Basically, just to iterate for the folks that were not at the workshop, that you folks already have capacity. You've already pre-approved through voter approval about 1.6 to 1.7 million of that. The rest is the balance, and as we've demonstrated with the village TIF and the balances in the other TIFs, you will easily have that commitment covered by the end of FY 2027. So it's pretty much a formality to be able to make the commitment for 3.5, but please know that you're pretty much there anyway by the end of FY 27. So, but yes, it needs to go on the ballot because you need authorization to commit to this specific project.
I'll just also say that, as I said at the workshop, I mean, this is a project that's been sort of in planning for many years now. And I'll lose my voice here. These kinds of projects are always relays. They're not sprints. Lots of people have worked on them over the years. And we need to get it done.
Okay. Ken?
I would rather go to the open house and see what they have to say and stuff like that before I commit to $3.1 million. But I thought we were just committing to go along with the blueprints, not go into a referendum.
If you look at actually what that gentleman went over earlier, the final projects aren't, so if we commit the money now, the final projects aren't even done till, I think the estimates and final projects aren't even done till 2031. So basically, what we could do is we can put the money, commit the money now so they move forward, and then as things go, based off of what the costs look like, we would have some flexibility to adjust the different projects and things that are going on so that we fall within that. The other thing that's a positive for us is that if you look at the money we have set aside, if we just invest it wisely, I think the TIF makes like $300,000 a year, so that's $300,000 every year. Today's 2026. Plus, if you're getting a decent interest rate on it, we'll probably get another $200,000 at least just in interest. So we should have plenty. My concern is that, it's like the big dig in Boston. Things run over budget. So we're on the hook for 10% of everything. So if it goes over $10 million, we're over for another $1 million. But if we invest wisely now and we're smart about the money, we can do it. Plus, on top of that, we've already got money that we've committed to this project that has to go to that because the voters voted for it. So we're kind of at and then lastly, I know we need some work, and you can correct me, Denise, if I'm wrong. We do need some work on drainage downtown, and if we have to just do it out of our own pocket, I think it's like $3 to $4 million.
It's
$4 million. So the reality is, if we do it out of our own pocket, it's $4 million. But if we do it this way, we get a lot more for the money. And again, we don't have to do the whole thing. We can look and decide what we think's best, and that's why everybody needs to come down and give input on it. So, we could table it, but it would seem wise to just, to commit to that, but we don't have to commit to it today.
Yeah, can I jump in?
Yes, absolutely, Mike, please.
I think you're on the same page as I am. So this is something that if we don't do, and we do it on our own, just small pieces are going to cost us 4 times the amount of this $3 million. We can always change it, Ken. I know your biggest concern is certain aspects of it. I'm not concerned with those certain aspects because you can have your input and get those things changed. I want to get the money from the state. My job when I was elected was to try to save this town some money, and this is one big way to save this town money. Let the state pay for this instead of us paying for this ourselves. I agree with you, there's certain aspects of it that I don't love, but just one little thing that we have to fix could cost us way more than this. So that, I'm willing to vote for it tonight.
Okay.
keep in mind that voting on this resolution is just allowing this to go to the voters,
Yes, I
right?
understand.
And the voters will decide.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and again, my logic is more financial. If we got to pay, we have to pay $4 million or something already, and we're only putting in less than that for everything else. It makes sense. And again, we can fine tune it and trim it as it goes along. And these projects take forever. Like I said, I think the final is not even until like 2031. So we can take that money and go. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a vote. So I would say, how about just a raise of hands, all in favor?
I am.
All right, all opposed? Okay, so we've got 3 yeas and 1 nay, so it passes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Oh, you were the best. All right. So next up is Resolve 2526-34, which is Allegiance Trucks. Motion, move that the town council formally discuss and deliberate the available options regarding the fire truck purchase and, following discussion, take action by selecting one of the following resolutions. Number 1, that the town council terminate the fire truck purchase contract with Allegiance Fire and Rescue and authorize payment of the applicable cancellation fee in the amount of $111,085, or 2, that the town council continue with the existing fire truck purchase contract with Allegiance Fire and Rescue and authorize financing in the amount of $1,110,852 for the purchase, or 3, that the town council place the fire truck purchase decision on the June election ballot for voter consideration. Do I have a motion?
A motion?
Motion.
Second, all right, first and second. All right, beautiful.
I'll jump in
Absolutely,
first.
go right ahead,
You
Mike.
know,
Thank you for speaking up.
So, I've done a lot of research on this, and it's my belief that it's up to the voters. They've already voted for it. It's something that they wanted. I don't feel comfortable saying yes or saying no, to be honest with you. I don't know as if we even have the legal right to do that. I've had different opinions from the attorneys. They feel that the voters have already voted for it. I just don't feel that it's our right to do it. So that's one piece of it. The other piece of it is this, is that I hate wasting money. It's $111,000 that we'll lose. That is significant. It's not the end of the world, but it's significant. This truck is taking 3 years to build. And if we, in 2 years from now, decide to do it, that price is going to be so much more expensive. Then we've got to wait another 3 years. So, my concern is that we don't even have the right to make that decision. I would prefer to put it on the voters. But, if it is our decision, I think we should keep it just because the cost is going to be so much more phenomenal in the future. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Okay, so go ahead. No, go ahead, Ken, please, go. Sorry.
Your ambulance, what's the newest ambulance you have?
I thought we were talking about a fire truck.
We are, eventually.
Ambulance, okay, the ambulance, I have it right here.
Yeah.
Easy to look at the paper. Both ambulances were purchased in the same year, 2021.
Okay, so my only concern is that if we go ahead and spend $1.1 million for a fire truck, I'm pretty sure you're going to be coming in for a new ambulance here pretty soon, correct?
My schedule that I have, we were in a bind, we had to buy 2 ambulances the same year because of mechanical issues.
Okay.
My goal has been to separate them, and I have ambulance 48 on my schedule to be done in 2029.
Okay, so how much would a new ambulance be? It must be like $250,000 now?
It's about $500,000.
$500,000?
Yeah, and that's just a remount. So,
So $500,000 for new ambulance is what you're saying? Yeah,
Yes.
to update it. So my concern is that by the time you buy this fire truck, or what would be more important, I guess, a new ambulance or this fire truck?
well, you tell me what you want your fire department to do.
What do I want your fire truck to do? I want you
What our
to.
fire department to do.
Well, yeah.
And I'll tell you what we need.
I think an ambulance is more important than a fire truck because you have to, basically you're trying to eliminate 2 trucks and get into 1, correct?
With this truck that we ordered?
Yes, this fire truck.
Exactly.
Okay, the 2 trucks that you have, don't they only have like 30 and 60,000 miles on them?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot more to it, as you know, with the car industry. And,
Right, yeah, I get it. So I'm just concerned that if we're gonna commit to a 1.1 million fire truck here, then you're gonna come back and want a new ambulance. I don't know, I just think that's a lot of money, and I would rather have a new ambulance than a new fire truck, is all I'm trying to say, down the road. But that's my opinion.
Councilor Gass?
One of the things that I noticed in your strategic plan, that, you know, you have a goal for having more permanent staff on duty, and because you're seeing an increase over time in the number of what do you call them, double layered or, duplicate.
multiple calls at the same
Multiple
time.
calls at the same time, thank you, yeah. And it does seem to me that this new truck offers some efficiency because it instead of requiring 2 different drivers, it allows just 1 driver. And it seems like it works better with our staffing availability. And so I think there's some advantages there. And that was, frankly, I think why the council kind of went along with this plan back in '24 is that we saw the advantages of that. I don't know frankly what the right mechanism is at this point, whether we, ask the voters to approve or if they've already approved it, but it seems with all of the confusion around this, my preference would be to go back to the voters. And I generally support this. I supported it in '24, but I think at this point it makes sense to go back to the voters and say, these are the options that we have. What do you want to do?
FY25, it was approved for $1.3 million.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong going year. Yeah.
1.3. It's Article 13. But your comment on staffing, my staffing model is based on the fact that we have 2 ambulances it's an increase of multiple calls at the same time.
Right.
My feeling is that we have to be able to staff the 2 ambulances we have because we're sending them out.
Yeah.
And it just seems so wrong to me to have an ambulance sitting in the fire station, but another call going on, medical call, we can't get that ambulance on the road.
Right.
So that's a goal that, you talk about expensive, that's a goal that's expensive, and I understand that can't happen. We just need to try to plan for it. And I'd like to see progress made towards it, and we have over the previous years. Now, Councilor Phalange, you asked for...
Yes, thank you, and I got that. I appreciate that very much. I see, so I kind of am looking at the whole picture, and it's such a big decision because you've got, I know at some point you're going to need an ambulance, you need people, we need the fire truck. I think what I would like to do personally is I would just like to take, I know we have a little time, I'd like to take a little bit more time and maybe set something up where we could go out and just sit down with you to kind of go over it. I just want to make sure I fully understand everything, and then once I fully understand anything and all the ins and outs in detail, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with backing something. I just want to make sure, that we're doing right by you so you can do your job, and I want to make sure we're doing right by the taxpayers so that everybody can come together. And all I know is, it's the old Nancy Pelosi, you got to vote to know what's in it. And I want to make sure that we're taking our time and doing what's best for the town. So that would be my thing. So not a great answer, but I'd kind of like to just, if we could, I'd like to table it and then set something up.
Well, let's ask Denise, what is the time frame where we have to give a decision to Alliance?
June.
Oh,
It's June 19th, but
June
the critical
19th.
piece is that you have to have it. If you decide to do it on the ballot, you don't have till June 19th. That has to be by first week in April, along with the budget to create the warrant article to vote. So that's, you're basically, March is your deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can I speak one more? Can I have
Absolutely,
one
please.
more? All right. Yeah, a couple things I wanted to just quickly mention is that it's not that we're spending any money, we've already spent it, right? So we'd be getting money back. It's already been paid for. So it's not like we're spending any additional money. It would be getting money back. And the one thing, Ken, if you get an opportunity, Vince and I do a lot of the warrants, and you're probably not shocked, but I am. The replacement parts for these trucks is just blows my mind. And I want to make sure that even though we're keeping an old truck, it's not going to be more expensive to maintain an old truck than to keep the one that we have. And then the last thing is, I do think that we need to probably legally find out, can we make this decision since it's already been voted for? That's a big concern of mine. And I don't know if we want to vote on that or just, I don't know. I think it's something that we needed to talk about. And I couldn't make that decision on my own, so I wanted it to be in the public forum, and we decide. I do think we need a legal opinion on it.
All right. So it sounds like we could table it, and then while we're tabling it, we can find out if it needs to go to the voters or not. And then in the interim as well, I'd like to, we could set some time.
Well, I think we need to look up the 2019 warrant articles.
Okay.
Because they didn't, when they changed the warrant article for the first one for the $700,000 that supposedly was for the fire truck, there was two motions in there. One was to buy the ladder truck for $1 million, which you got, and the other one was to transfer $700,000 into the general fund.
Yeah.
And it really didn't say what it was for.
All right. So all the more we should. Please go, Denise.
What was already voted on is what went to bond. You got the bond money, but you spent it, the town spent it on other things. That's what happened. So the voters already approved a fire rescue pumper truck. That's unequivocally, there's nothing to hide with that.
Okay.
The bottom line is that by the time it went to be purchased with my predecessor, is the money had already been spent on something else.
Okay.
So what happened is you spent money that you didn't have, but it's already been approved by the voters. So the key here is the only reason why I'm wanting to figure out if you want to just keep it or nix it or go to the voters, all you're doing is approving the actual expenditure, which never went above and beyond my predecessor.
Okay.
So that's basically what happened.
All right.
And so I've spoken to an attorney about this, and there's no real right or wrong way. Bottom line is money that you didn't have got spent. That's all. So
Do we have the money to buy it now?
It's
already been paid for.
It's already been paid for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in essence, if you just didn't want to go to the voters already approved a rescue pumper truck. You've already bought the rescue pumper truck. It's 2 years in the cycle. It'll be 2 years before they finish this.
So are you saying?
Your only question is that you guys, all you got to do is approve a prior purchase that shouldn't have been made because it never went to the council for a full approval.
So
That's all.
you're saying it's approved because they voted on a bond earlier that fire truck was in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
So just, I want to repeat what she's saying. I want to make sure that I'm correct here. What you're saying, Denise, is this, is what we legally have to do, right, is say we can spend the money, even though we've already spent it. It's already been voted on. We just have to approve the money that's already been spent.
You're basically signing the warrant at a council meeting. That's all you're doing.
With a CYA, that's all we're doing.
Yep.
All right. So I guess.
So the easy thing would be saying, okay, this has been expended, and it didn't come out of bond proceeds, it came out of general fund. 6 1/2 dozen or the other, you spent the bond monies on other things and not on that particular vehicle.
So I guess the bottom line is we have a little time, so waiting a week just to clarify things and make sure we can cross our T's and dot our I's is within our window.
You have till the last week in March, yes.
We're going to try to do it earlier than that, but I'd like to do.
Let's do it at the next meeting.
Okay. Can
that
we do that? So can we make a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
Yes. Yeah.
They do.
Are they? Mike?
Ask Dan.
Yes, usually there's public comment on action items before the council deliberates.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to make a
No, please go ahead.
There's been all kinds of things out in the social media world. We're not increasing our fleet with this truck. Our goal is to decrease our fleet.
Right.
Yeah, there's a turn-in value for that truck I saw.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're trading that in, and we're trying to be able to do more tasks with one vehicle that we were doing with two vehicles. So,
Yeah.
trying to be fiscally
Makes a lot of
responsible,
sense.
tactically, and
Well, Kurt, I do
strategically.
have one question for you. Though.
Sure.
The two trucks that you want to eliminate to replace with this one truck,
Yeah.
what is the value of those two trucks?
One is virtually $10,000. So we're advocating to keep that truck as a spare or until we can't keep it on the road anymore, that's not safe. And the one that we're going to trade, or we've signed a contract to trade for 50 grand is the
Yeah.
heavy rescue.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank
Yeah.
you. Ms. Stetson or Ms. Simoneau?
Judy Simoneau. I guess I was to the understanding that in 2019, we bought the fire truck already. So we have a fire truck that's only like 5 or 6 years old. Is that correct? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to probably ask a question.
Yeah, that's okay.
In 2019, we bought the ladder truck, yes.
Okay, so we have a truck. So most of the trucks, don't they last 15 to 20 years?
20 years. We built that truck to hopefully last 25 years.
Okay, so we have a truck that we just purchased in 2019, and so we bought another fire truck in error, really. We weren't supposed to buy another truck.
No.
That's not true, yeah.
We haven't bought anything since 2019.
But the one we just got, we're
We
just
haven't-
holding on to it, that we haven't, well, we purchased it, but we didn't receive it yet. So it's that one that's in question, because we're actually getting another truck after we bought one in 2019, is what I'm saying.
Different truck.
Right, so,
Yeah.
right, so it's like, okay, so we have another truck that we just got 5 years ago, so it's kind of
Right,
like we're spending money, $1 million on something we really don't need, is what I'm trying to say. And so $1 million, just because we paid for it already, doesn't mean it's a good thing. You know, we should get our money back, because we have all kinds of expenses coming up. We have the transfer state, the village transformation thing that's gonna cost us a lot of money, even though it's coming out of TIF. There's a lot of money coming up that we need to keep. I really think the $1 million is a lot of money to buy something that we don't need. And I think it should be given back. And I don't even think it should go to vote. I think we didn't approve it, and we should give it back and pay the $100,000. It's better than being out $1 million. $1 million is a lot of money to make up for. And I think that we shouldn't be responsible for a fire truck that we don't need. And that's kind of how I feel about it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but to be clear, 2020, FY25, Article 13, that was addressed and passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chief.
So Chief, Article 13 said pumper truck
Yes.
on the ballot.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say that we're hearing tonight that this fire truck now is taking 3 years to build, which I know Falmouth just got theirs after 3.5 years. I just want to say that we talk about fiscal responsibility, and I am aware that our fire truck was purchased in March and paid in full at $1.25 million. Now, I have had the privilege of talking to some prior finance directors, and to anybody to pay upfront would any of you give somebody your $1.25 million for 3 years while you're waiting for it to be built? And it's so poor. And we're talking about whether or not we want to get $111,000 back off this fire truck. But if you think about the fact that $600,000 could have been sitting in our bank account for more than 3 years, it probably would have been a substantial amount of money. And so I hope we don't ever do anything like this again, that we don't pay for things up front. We pay half down, half when we get the thing. But I'm still confused about this, and I'm still wondering if we really had that written right out in the budget. I would like to see the ballot, I guess.
It's on the website.
And since we can't see those,
It's available.
Yeah.
We can get it to you, yeah.
Can I have a follow-up question of
Please.
related to that to the chief? The
discount. The 10%
Yeah,
discount on the truck.
discount, yes, that's
The
what I wanted to
10%
say,
discount for
sorry.
prepaying,
Yeah.
I think, is what they
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
That's that's the reason they, I'm not, obviously not
So it was
validating it.
1.25 million
And they got a after the discount, so it was like
So it's-
1.3, whatever, and they got
Wow.
a 10% discount on it, but I'm not saying that's what they did.
But if you think about the 3 years, I wonder
Oh,
if anybody
I'm
did
not
that out.
arguing with you, I'm just saying that's
Right.
just clarifying it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that all we're hearing tonight is actually what really happened. And it is interesting, that's all I can say, for sure.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Please, Dan.
Dan McGuire, Johnson Road. Perspectives change over time, for sure. Whether it was a good idea or not, I think that it is in fact clear that that was on the ballot. It is in fact clear that that money was voted by the voters to be spent.
Yeah.
What happened after the fact internally, administratively, isn't the voters' fault. You know, it has been paid for. I can appreciate that some members of the current council, members of the public aren't happy with that decision. It was a fairly close vote. It only passed by about 100 votes. So there were 609 people, I think, who voted no. You can't sit there in any kind of good faith and say that you want to undo a legal binding vote of the voters. I just don't think you want to go there, because if you go there, then anybody who's unhappy with anything, who can bring enough people to this meeting, can get the will of 749 people overturned. I just don't think you want to go there. I appreciate not everybody's happy with it. It's bought and paid for. My dad used to say educations are expensive. It's true. I think you really just need to move on, to be honest with you. There's 2 trucks that are coming out of service. There's one that's going in. It's like a Swiss Army knife. We're trying to do more with less to some extent. The bit about maintenance is not wrong. These things are wicked expensive as they get older. The ladder truck that cost us $1 million, that 25 years from now is probably going to cost $5 million. And then the only other thing is you can use TIF money for public safety reasons. So it's something to keep in your pocket if there are other big future expenses like this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Denise, do you have a question? Or a statement?
No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to make a statement. I just want to iterate that the ability for Legion's trucks to be able to negotiate with me to allow us a penalty is unprecedented in their world. And so we're fortunate that we have that option. In other places, you paid it upfront, and this is what so to echo what Dan said, undoing a vote is a tough situation. And also, the voters did approve this as part of the bond. The only thing that went awry is that the money had been spent on other capital items and equipment and not on the truck. And so, and that discovery happened in June, right? The contract was signed February, March, and in June it was determined by the finance staff and reported to our former town manager that the funds had already been expended. And that's where it died. And that's all I can say.
Sure. So we have a couple of things to do. Obviously, first and foremost, to make sure that we could, as Dan said, we got to make sure that we follow what's legal. And then, again, I'd like to see if we could just...
I think we should backtrack the 2019 bond, follow the paperwork through, see how the money got spent, why it got spent on a different truck.
Yeah. It didn't get spent on it, that's it.
Where did the money go if we had spent
it? Got spent on other equipment, and we have that documentation. Happy to provide it.
I want the paper trail.
So we could go through that,
bond.
and then meanwhile, we can try to set something up
we'll
with the fire chief next week and do that. But
week.
All right. So let's, I'd like to make a motion to table it All in favor?
Can we table to next week?
Table till next week?
Let's table it to next
Yes.
week.
Just a point of information, whoever made you want to ask the person who made the original motion if they're willing to change it? You have a motion?
You're on mute.
It's the same motion. It's the same motion to table. It's just, can we go back?
It's a Robert.
And just,
Yeah, it's Robert's, okay. Can we do the next, when's our next week's a workshop, it's not a meeting.
Yeah, it's not a full meeting. We can add
So-
a full meeting at the end of it.
All right, so we'll have to add another one in. We'll figure it out.
We can.
We'll get it sorted out for you,
We
Chief,
can
by
add it
next week.
after the workshop next week.
No, because we need to post it 9 days, how many days? 9 business days.
9
so no.
business days.
Okay, so let's,
wait, no, Vinny, hold on. We can call a special meeting now, right, Britt? And that, or is that just a special workshop?
so we could do a special meeting? All right,
Let's do that.
want to do that for next Tuesday? All right, so I guess, which one do you want to do first? Do you want to make a motion for the special meeting? No?
You know, if I might interject here, there's no urgency for next week. You can put it on the following week's meeting. We're meeting every Tuesday this month for budgets, so.
All right, so why don't we do the Tuesday? I'm going to let Britt speak. That way, why don't we do the Tuesday after next, then we can just put it on as a regular item?
So the
Correct.
Otherwise,
17th is also scheduled for a budget workshop.
Okay, so
and
we
that's
could-
a heavy budget workshop too.
But
So
this
the
will be
only
taken-
Tuesday we are not scheduled for the month of March is the 24th.
Okay, so the heavy work, not next week, but the following week, we have a heavy workshop?
Both of the 10th and the 17th.
All
are
right,
both
so why
heavy.
don't we just do this, I mean, this is going to take
2 minutes.
2 minutes, so why don't we just do it on the 17th? Add it in.
As a special meeting?
Yes.
No, well, we don't have to then, that's 2 weeks out from today.
On the
To the 17th?
Yeah, something.
So our workshop is scheduled to begin at 5 and it's,
All right, so why don't, we'll just do this at 4:45. It's going to take 15 minutes.
Can't we just have this the only thing in the meeting? This
No,
is
because we have a
one
workshop
topic?
after.
No, we have a workshop before.
Mike, what do you think? If it starts at 5 on the 17th, we could just put it in as a normal meeting, and then we can do it
Yep.
at 4:45. It takes 15 minutes, and we're done.
I think yeah. We'll have we'll know what we can legally do and what we want to do.
okay.
So now we got to go back and, Brent, while you're there, how does this work? Now, do we go back and do I?
Got to make a motion to
over
table
again?
it to the 17th.
Just make a motion to table.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to table. Can we make a motion to table it to the
Whoever
17th?
made the original motion.
I made the original one, so I'll make a motion to table.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? All right, 4 yeas, no nays. All right, so 2. Okay. All right, perfect. All right. So next up is Order 2526-19, MDOT revised contract. Motion be ordered that the town council authorizes the town manager to execute the revised cooperative cost-sharing agreement between the town of Gray and Maine Department of Transportation for the preliminary design phase of the Gray Village Transformation Project as presented, including the town's financial participation in the amount of 10% of eligible costs not to exceed $157,500. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll make a motion.
All right,
Second.
perfect. All right. Thoughts?
I have a few questions about the interlocal agreement, and is Tammy here? She was earlier, I thought. Oh, yeah, she's here. Just, could you
We're
just...
talking the MDOT project right
Oh, the
now.
MDOT
Oh,
one.
I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
Jeez, my brain is full of snot. I'm doing...
Apologies for the interruption, but
No.
Not functioning on all cylinders.
So,
Go
do you
ahead.
want to just, why don't you just give a quick explanation to people about what this is, Denise?
Sure. This is an extension of the original contract. It expired probably 6 to 8 months ago and never was extended. So it's the same thing. It's getting us to the grant phase. And it's the commitment we had. It's just basically agreeing. I did not feel comfortable just signing off on it and saying, go ahead, extend the contract. So I'm bringing it forth before the council for formal approval before I sign an extension. And it's only because we ran out of time.
Yeah, Vince, I will speak to this directly. I mean, this is absolutely something we should agree to sign. And, you know, we've already invested a huge amount of money into the village transformation project. We've done a lot of engineering work on Yarmouth Road. You know, we've spent a lot of staff time involved in planning. And a lot of council time has been expended on this. We really, if we walk away from this at this point, we not only lose the investment that we've made, but I really think that MDOT will just kind of throw their hands up and say, you know what, we're done working with you people. You know, you can't come to the table and stay at the table long enough to see a project through to fruition, and we just need to get this done. As Denise pointed out earlier, we already have almost all the money that we need, that the town's portion would be. It leverages 90% of the cost of a much larger project that we desperately need. Our stormwater system is actively failing. The streets are a mess. You know, anybody who tries to cross on the crosswalks knows that you're taking your life in your hands. You know, I've been hit driving through town in my car just because somebody was confused about the intersections. Somebody was new to town, and so I just really think this is long overdue. We've got a good design. We can still tinker with it, but we should sign this agreement and keep moving.
Cool. Chair Johnson?
Yeah, I follow her sentiment. The other thing is that I want to thank Denise. She didn't have to do this, but she should, and that it's the right thing to do. This should have been brought up before she came on board, so I really appreciate that she's doing it the right way. We've invested a lot of time in this. Nothing's changed at all. It just keeps getting dragged out. I'm all for it. Let's just keep moving and seeing where this goes. I think tomorrow night will give us a lot more information that we're looking for, and I appreciate Denise bringing it to us instead of just signing it.
Cool. Council Fair Team?
I'm all set.
Okay, beautiful. All right. Why don't we just do raise of hands? All in favor? All opposed? All right, 4 yeas, no nays. Affirmative has it. Next, order 2526.
Just a point of information.
Yes.
We allow for public comment.
Yeah, again, right, sorry.
Sorry. All right, okay. All right, order 2526-20, North Yarmouth Interlocal Agreement. Motion be ordered that the Gray Town Council hereby directs the interlocal agreement between the town of Gray and the town of North Yarmouth for code enforcement services not be renewed upon its expiration at the end of the current fiscal year, and authorize the town manager to provide the required notice and take any administrative actions necessary to effectuate the non-renewal. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second. All right, beautiful. All right.
Yeah, so these are my questions on this, sorry. I just was curious about, you know, how, I know that the contract said sort of 5 to 10 hours, Tammy, a week, and that you would sort of track that. I'm just sort of curious how much the usage has been from North Yarmouth.
In the beginning, it was around that roughly, but it's definitely increased since we've started. There's also been a restructuring of a department. There's been a lot of changes. So we had
in North Yarmouth, or
no, we had a retirement here.
Yeah,
we restructured a department.
Yeah.
You know, 2 separate departments into one.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. I mean, in general, I support these kinds of interlocal agreements. I think they can make sense. You know, we're doing a lot of great work with New Gloucester right now between our rec departments, for example, and I think that it enhances the services available to town and doesn't increase our costs, maybe reduces them. But I fully appreciate that circumstances have changed since we first signed this agreement with North Yarmouth, and I'm certain, you know, especially with hopefully the addition of the surface water protection ordinance, you know, I think that well, that's just a little bit more work that may end up, more conversations that you'll have to have with, the code would have to have with property owners. And I think it's time for this agreement to go.
Chair Johnson?
I like to do these sharing agreements as well, but I don't think that this one works. We have a lot going on here in Gray, and my focus needs to be on our Gray residents. Tammy has a wonderful staff, but I think that they've got a lot on their plate, and I think this is not the right opportunity to renew this. And I appreciate Tammy being honest about it, and not trying to get us to do it just because. And I appreciate that, Tammy, because we need your services here.
Council Farrington?
I think doing this for $44,000 is a Christmas gift to the town of North Yarmouth. That's way unfunded, and I think we should do away with it.
All right.
Yeah, I do want to add that in the agreement, it does say that it can be terminated given 3 months' notice. I would hope that we could continue to be a good neighbor and continue this agreement until the end of the fiscal year.
Absolutely.
Because they did not have anything budgeted. They and then this way they'll be entering their budgeting season. This way we can do it until June 30th, and then we won't renew the current agreement.
Sounds good.
No, I agree with you. We want to be a good neighbor, and obviously we would feel the same if somebody did that to us. So we want to make sure we give them more than ample time and respect to do that.
Yeah, in agreements like this do work great when you say you have an issue here, you don't have staff or are there for a short period of time. A lot of times, neighboring communities do try to help each other.
And there are things, it sounds like, from discussions that because of this, you are not able to do here. Because of the time you're spending there, it's taking maybe time away from doing some things here that you may need to be doing.
Yeah, well, again, it's a new role, but also I was doing a lot of the work there in the time that, I tried to do the majority of it after the town of Gray closed.
Mm-hmm.
And then my inspector did the inspections during the day.
Okay. All right. Any public comment? All right.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to terminate the agreement at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? All right. 4 yeas and 0 nays, so the affirmative has it. All right. Thank you, Tammy. Okay, order 2526-21 TIF tax instrument financing. Motion be ordered that the Gray Town Council hereby approves the recommended actions related to the town's tax increment financing districts as presented by the interim town manager. Like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, beautiful. Thoughts, Chair Johnson?
I trust Denise in what she suggests, and I'm fine with what she's suggesting.
Council Gas?
Yeah, I think we need to appropriate the money as she proposes and keep moving forward.
Let's vote.
All right, great. So, I think the bottom line on this is that if you look at this, we should have the money necessary to do this project, and the concern about the 2 TIFs that are running out and that money running out, or us having to spend it, if one runs out in like 27, got to spend it by 2030. It looks like she's got a great plan to allocate those funds and to use them for things that we need. And on top of that, I think we'll still have money to pay for different projects or different people using TIF money, which is always great because it doesn't come out of the taxpayer's pocket indirectly. So yeah, let's make a motion.
We already did we?
Oh, any comment? Any public comment? Dan, come on up. Thank you.
Just real quick, I think this is a good opportunity, in part in the last engineering review of all our roads in town, 7% of them were still in poor condition. Councils for the last decade have been working to try and catch up. We were in a real pickle 10 years ago. So having that TIF money available to be able to use, I think is going to help us solve some of those problems, and so it's a real good way to use that money. The other thing is, and Denise can correct me if I'm wrong, the expenses that we've already spent as far as the VTP is concerned will be part of that 10% that we owe the state. So it's not like it's an additional 10%, but we'll be able to put what we've got into it as part of that 10%. Also, construction's not going to begin till 2032 by the timeline. Ernie said it was 29 million. If it's less than 35 by the time you get to 2032, I'd be surprised. The TIFs will continue to generate money in that particular, over that time. So I think it's a pretty safe bet. And given that we've got somebody who's willing to pay 90% of the bill, I think we'd just be madness not to take it. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, great. Yeah, I think from the 20,000 foot level, we've got about $4 million worth of projects that we would have to pay for on our own if we didn't do this. So we're already paying less to get this, plus you're getting everything else. So I guess at this point, any other public comments? All right, let's take a vote. All in favor? All opposed? And we've got 4 yeas and 0 nays, so passes in the affirmative.
Should we have made a motion? Does that matter?
We already did. We did it the outset.
Okay. All right, I missed it. Okay, that's at the beginning. Never mind. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mike. All right, so next is Order 2526-22, Unified Banner, Tribute Banner, and Temporary Sign Policy. Motion, be ordered that the town council hereby adopts...
Hold on, bud.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm good.
All right, let's start again. So Order 2526-22, Unified Banner, Tribute Banner, and Temporary Sign Policy. Motion, be ordered that the town council hereby adopts the Unified Banner, Tribute Banner, and Temporary Sign Policy as presented, and that it supersede the town's prior banner policy. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right. Comments? Chair Johnson?
I don't have any. No.
First of all, I want to say, I mean, this has come up really fast, and I'm very appreciative of the work that the staff put in to pull together this ordinance. And I know that the American Legion did a lot of work on this as well, right? You'd already done a bunch of homework.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It shows that it's you really thought it well through. I had one question about the word nonprofit has a specific meaning under law. And in the draft policy, it refers to can be local nonprofits, but there are groups that may not have sought tax exempt status or nonprofit status, and I just wonder whether or not we need to be that specific, or we can say other, nonprofits, local nonprofits, and other organizations.
Sorry, where, can you point me to a page?
I beg your pardon, hang on just a sec. I neglected to write down the packet page. Well, yeah, so authorized entity under the definitions on packet page 75 would be the Town of Gray, MSAD 15, or council board, authorized committee, school committee, program, or affiliated nonprofit organization. So I guess maybe that is sufficiently flexible, because it could be program.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think I'm okay with that. Sorry about that.
And Britt, thank you for your work on this.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And is it, I guess I'm good there. That was the only question I had.
Questions?
I'm all set. I know Steve wants to get these banners up before Memorial Day.
Sure. Any public comment?
Last fall, I went to Unity, Maine, and as I was driving through town, I saw these banners, and they are absolutely spectacular. It really is I'm so thankful you guys are doing it, because I was like so impressed with all of them that I saw. And it had the person's name and the picture, and it was just really very beautiful. It was a nice tribute. So I just want to thank you for writing this policy so fast and getting it done, and I sure hope they can get them up for Memorial Weekend. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm out here speaking as staff, and I'm not a resident, but Sammy Munson, I just wanted to say that I know in the community that I'm in that we don't do something like this, but one thing that they do as far as with their banners, and I don't think we'd have the capacity to do it here, but every year they have a banner for each graduating student. And to echo what Sue said, to ride through, especially if you have a child graduating from high school, it's a pretty cool thing to see their face on a banner in your downtown. And it's just a really nice thing for communities to do. So, thank you.
Just as a, as a representative of the American Legion, I want to thank the town council and Britt for moving so quickly on this. I know that I was standing in this building on January 3rd, I believe, and here we are with the vote upon us. So thank you all very much for your consideration, and I'll let you vote now.
All right. Thank you. Thanks.
And Vince, I just want to thank the VFW. I mean, the American Legion. They just do so much for this town, and it's one thing growing up here, summering here, and driving down that main road where Dunkin' Donuts is, and seeing those flags out makes you very proud to be a citizen of this town. And those guys have done a lot of work, and I appreciate everything that they've done, and I'm excited that we're doing this.
Absolutely. All right, let's make this official. All in favor? All opposed? 4 yeas, 0 nays. Affirmative.
Good job.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Beautiful. All right. Next up is Order 2526-23 Subdivision Ordinance. Motion, move that this item be accepted as a first reading and that the Subdivision Ordinance Chapter 401 be proposed for amendment to align with LD 1829, which is Public Law Chapter 385, including associated amendments for legal compliance and clarity with the proposed changes to be considered by the Planning Board at its March 12th meeting. Have a motion to motion?
Motion to approve. Yeah.
To open up?
I'll make that, I guess, at this point, yeah.
Moved on, I know.
I'll second it.
Second, all right, thank you. Okay, beautiful.
Chris, are these different from what we got in our packets?
No,
Oh, okay, I don't want them then.
they should be, I provided the printed out copies so it'd be easier to follow along. We did have a couple issues uploading the Granicus packet where there might be some difficulty page number wise. And there are a couple of pages off, I think perhaps, and there might be doubles. So we had to call the company. But, so just trying to do that for clarity and speed tonight.
All right, thanks.
Physical copies. So yeah, I don't know if you want me to run through these, Kristen Mazinski, town planner. I think we can run through them fairly quickly. There are a handful of these that do lend themselves to getting some policy input from the council.
Okay.
But the bulk of them are not up to the town because they need to be implemented to adhere to state law.
Is there a date that they need? And I'll tell you what I'm getting at. Wayne Wood came in. I know that I had gotten an email from Adam Wilkinson as well, and it was just a lot for them to go through, and they would like an opportunity. People would kind of like to go through it a little bit. Is there a date that these need to be implemented? What's the
July 1.
All right, July 1.
Yep, I did allow, that's why it's part of why it's before you tonight, because if there are substantive changes, that leaves us time to bring it back through the process. It is an additional expense to do the public notices and all of that, but that's the typical process. If we got to do substantive changes, we will bring it back through. But there are the steps where there's the public hearing before the planning board next week as well, and then the second read. So there is time to go through it, and I'm happy to talk with anyone if they want to give a call or sit down with me to go over it in person.
You do, and I will say this because I'm on the planning board with you, you do amazing work.
Thank you.
And I appreciate what you do a lot.
I agree.
Thanks.
Very much.
So in the interest of time, the one with the most
probably substantive changes that would need input would be the subdivision. So we'll start with that one, Chapter 401, the subdivision ordinance.
What page is that on? Oh, 401, okay, I got it.
They both have a
Page
cover
5.
sheet.
Yep.
And then they have the strike-through underline for reference if you want to get into the details. So I'm just going to kind of run through the cover sheet, and then if there are items you want to dig into, we can do that. Does that work?
Yeah. This is an unbelievable amount of information to take in.
It is. It was a great deal of work to put it together.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I can tell you, we've been sitting on some of these amendments for a few years. There's been some legal input over a few years about little things that need to be picked away at to conform with state law.
You want to go through these first?
So,
I just want to table this.
I will start with the housekeeping updates that are listed on 401.
Big one.
So Amendment 1 to 2 in your memo is related to fire protection, updating the cistern and hydrant language. This is to bring it into compliance with NFPA standards for the fire chief and what they do. There's been a discrepancy in some pieces about how that conforms. So this is a conformance piece.
Is there a way to tell, this is a pain, is there a way to tell what information is mandated versus what we're doing on our own, like by color code or anything like that, or?
I can tell you, the reason I didn't break them up in that way for this ordinance is because some of it's a little bit mixed.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, there are things coming down from like 1829 that leave some things up to you about how we want to deal with them because of. There are other things that are 100% mandated, so that's what I'm going to run through.
Yeah, well, can I ask a question there? Because that's actually what I'd like to focus on. Can you focus on what we can actually have substance change versus that we can't change anyway, it doesn't matter?
Yes. Yep, that's what I'm trying to do to run through these.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can totally skip the other ones if you want to. So, housekeeping updates, A through C are their housekeeping, their clarification, and trying to clear things up and clean up the language, and to bring it into compliance with NFPA. D, there are some non-substantive changes for typos and simplifying the open space requirements. One of the changes is the in lieu of open space payment process. That would be substantive and would allow your input. So this one, currently, if an applicant comes and they're supposed to be setting aside open space in a subdivision, but they don't want to, there is a process where they would come to you as the council and try to negotiate a price for not setting aside that land. And then they could go back to the planning board and get the okay to do that. We found that to be a fairly cumbersome process, and our attorney agreed, and the county attorney had suggested that we just put it into the fee schedule instead. So that's what we've done here in this proposal, is that it puts it into the fee schedule, and you guys revisit that every year anyway. So if we wanted to address that, and that's on the very back page, we're proposing $15,000 per each minimum lot area removed from the 5% required open space. So that's where we landed on that. If that is something you don't want to do and you still want those applicants to come before you to deal with that negotiation, we can strike that. But that's on the advice of our attorney, was to simplify it by just putting it in the fee schedule.
Okay.
So that's one of them. The other amendments, Amendment 6 allows the planning board more authority to require shared driveways in more situations than they do now, and to not require streetlights at dead ends, because the planning board has been not interested in doing that in the interest of dark skies lately anyway. Allows them more authority to review odd-shaped lots, and formalizes the requirement for the pre-construction meeting, which we have been doing as practice anyway, to have a sit-down with people so they all have an understanding of what to expect in the inspection process. This just formalizes that language. The other one that would possibly open itself up to having some input is formalizing the long-standing public works policy on not allowing a driveway off a hammerhead. They have held that policy for a long time, from my understanding, decades, and it's not explicit in the ordinance. So we've had some folks, you recently approved an agreement that did some trading to allow that in a case where we also got an easement. So that would put that into hard and fast language.
Okay.
If that's something you don't want, we can strike that. But we're trying to respond to people saying like, hey, this is like a secret policy that seems to be, kind of on the back burner. It's like, let's put it right out there and say, this is how we handle it. That's what that piece is. There's another amendment proposed to upgrade the subdivision standards to 50-year storm instead of 25-year storm because of the current changes in weather and the higher impact of the storms. to have subdivisions have greater provisions to handle stormwater. So again, that's discretionary. That was suggested by a planning board member who works in public works in another town. The other ones, disallowance of backlots in traditional subdivision, again, has been a longstanding, effectively policy, unspoken, unwritten policy, if you will. It puts that into, codifies it. And formalizing open space committee input during sketch plan review. That's something we've been doing anyway, but would formalize that process of open space advising the planning board. The big one that I think requires some discussion perhaps at council is the, per LD 1829, we had some questions with our attorney regarding our road standards. And currently our road standards, like having to build it to a certain level and having to pave it with bituminous, is triggered by the number of dwelling units. And his suggestion is that due to the fact that you can now have, say, potentially 3 dwelling units on each lot, that we should trigger at lot, not at dwelling unit. So the changes before you tonight are to trigger paving at 3 or more lots instead of 10 dwelling units, because 3 lots could potentially have up to 9 dwelling units. So that's where that math comes into play. That is a significant change for the town, so if that is not something you want to do, that is something that would be discretionary to the council, but it is at our attorney's advice is to switch over to handling it by lot. And one of the big reasons for that as well is that it makes it a bit cleaner to have the developer be the one dealing with it when that person splits the lots, rather than say you're the 9th house on the road and you want to add another full-size unit to your property. You're the one triggering, if you're the 10th, excuse me, if you're going over 10, you're the 10th house on the road, it's not paved. You want to add another full-size dwelling unit, you're the one who's going to trigger the paving. And it's on you as the property owner. So that, this would clear that up. It would make it on the developer at the time of the lot creation. And Amendment 15 is again, clarity, required changes to subdivision. Getting into the residential open space subdivision updates in Amendment 16, we're looking to add trail specifications because we've had a few subdivisions where they wanted to require a trail, but we didn't really say what's a trail. So we're trying to add that just for clarity. Also looking to eliminate the density bonus for preservation of sensitive areas in an open space subdivision. This was effectively giving people a density bonus for conserving land that was unbuildable anyway, and that's been an ongoing complaint of the planning board and the open space committee. So we were looking to address that with that change. Removing the single family language is a must. Eliminating the need to show wastewater disposal on each lot if you're using a common system. These are just kind of common sense cleanup changes. Eliminating dimensional standard reduction and perimeter buffer reference, that's related to 1829. The residential open space update F gets into defining the types of open space. That's been kind of a point of confusion for developers. We have effectively 3 different types that constitute your total open space in an open space subdivision, and it's kind of confusing the way it's written right now. It takes some digging. So the attempt here was not so much new language as it is reorganizing the language and the terms. So it's really clear what's what. The biggest change there that is substantive and would be open particularly to input would be the proposal to include improved common park area. Right now, when you do a cluster, a smaller lot open space subdivision, where you do smaller lots and you leave some open space, you have to leave part of it as what's called common park area, which is intended to be an area where the community can gather for like a neighborhood party, picnic, whatever, a playground area, a gathering spot. Right now, there are no standards for it. So this proposal, the way it's written tonight, proposes that at least a 50 by 50 area be cleared, so it is available for the residents to actually maintain and use. And if they want to improve it, that's up to them as a road association or homeowner association. We're not asking the developer to improve it, but to at least clear it and provide that area. So it's an area where people can toss a Frisbee or have a community barbecue. Right now, that space is not required to be improved in any way. So it effectively, in practice, tends to function as buffer, as wooded buffer, and is not used to its intent. So that's what that change is proposing. And that is it for subdivisions. I don't know if any of those catch your attention, or if you want me to go through the ones in particular.
No, so
that-
my question, and Britt's not here, I want to ask her, because we have to do 2 readings of this. And my question is, if we move forward with this, I want to make sure we give people the time that want to come in, like a Wayne Wood or an Animal, because it's like time to take a read on this and see what other questions I have for you. So I'm just debating if you.
There's a lot of info.
If you table it for a week and you come back next week, and then that could be the first official reading, and give them time to go through it.
Well, the statutory public hearing is next week before the planning board. So they do have an opportunity on Thursday to come before the official statutory public hearing and speak again.
All right.
And to speak before you again as well at your
All right, so
April
the
7th.
planning, I'm going to be there. All right,
I have a question.
Yes,
Vince, I have a question.
Chair Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, Kristen, if I understand this though, if we do the reading tonight and we do want to make changes, then we have to start over, right?
Yes, the process does start over if we make any substantive changes. We could still decide to hold a public hearing next week to get additional feedback before going forward with the next round. But this is kind of our first go around. If we're comfortable with the changes, we can get through it in second read April 7th. If we're not, we have left that buffer time to get this on the books by July 1 with changes.
I would prefer Vince to table it, get the questions next week, and then because I don't want Kristen to have to keep coming back.
Exactly. Yes, and I don't want to jam it down. You're right, and I don't want to jam it down. I want. My whole thing is when we do things, I want people to feel comfortable with it. I want people to have the time. That's what we talk about the fire. I want people to just. When you're rushed in, I always say when I'm writing, not this at all, but I'm saying a lot of times in life when you're rushed into something, it should be a red flag that why is somebody rushing you into something? So I think if we do this right, then everybody has an ample time to read it, and then they should be comfortable with the outcome, whatever it is. So I guess I would agree with you, Chair Johnson, that we should table this for now.
I'm in favor.
I just have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I just want to revisit the 50-year storm standard. I think it is a good idea to expand that to 50 years from 25. I wonder, is that the right standard at this point? Is that do you happen to know what other towns are doing, or are people tending to move to that standard?
I don't. That was something suggested by one of the planning board members, I think, through his work in public works and seeing the more intense storms and the stormwater damage in his work. I did look. It is the more severe standard for stormwater infrastructure. That 50 years, like a 2% chance of it happening, 25 years, a 4% chance of occurring in a given year.
Right. Okay.
And they seem to be becoming somewhat more frequent. That was his concern. So that was why
that
he raised
sounds
it.
good. On packet page 101, the sketch plan meetings procedure, and I know I really appreciate Kristen has really brought this to open space, and I think it was tough for some of the open space members to process this stuff because they don't have a lot of knowledge of it, but she really made us think about it. The sketch plan meeting procedure, I was wondering if it made sense to change the word shall to may under 401.5.2. Change the word shall to may to meet with open space. Here's my one concern is that my knowledge of these kind of community organizations is that, or community committees, is that they're cyclical. There are times when they're meeting, there are times when they're not. So I understand it. By using may, it introduces some uncertainty. But if for example, open space doesn't have a quorum, or doesn't have any members at all, or something like that, or it's summer and you can't get them together at a meeting, is that going to unnecessarily hold up the developer? And I just wondered, even if we said it's desirable, but not absolutely required or something. That's why I was sort of shifting to a may kind of language rather than shall.
Okay.
And there were a lot of other changes that aren't listed in your housekeeping updates, and I was thinking about like the packet page 95, the odd-shaped lots, the flag lots, and I don't know if those. I mean, I think you've done a lot of great work here to clean up language and make it more consistent and find accessible so I wondered if that's what Wayne was referring to with some of this additional.
That's number 8. That's amendment number 8.
Okay.
Odd-shaped lot.
Number 8.
Under the housekeeping updates.
Okay. On PH. Number 8. I see. Okay. Yep. Got it. Okay. I'm good actually. I think those were my main questions. I really like the idea of the pre-construction meetings. I think those make a huge amount of sense. I guess one other question I had was, have the planning board and OAC reviewed these changes? Or the planning board's going to, you said next week has a public hearing on it.
Right,
Okay.
the planning board will be looking at them next week. OAC, I think it was shared with them at some point, but they didn't do like a full review. That's Tammy's.
We didn't bring most of these changes to the OAC because basically the way that we tried to lay it out tonight for you is that there are kind of 3 categories here. There's mandatory by law, which is all these new things that we need to do, and
1825.
you don't really have a choice to discuss them or not. They're happening.
Right.
Clerical cleanup, typo, consistency type things, and then some other policy stuff that is due to some of these changes in state law. And so due to the time frame that we had in the July 1 deadline and everything happening so fast, we did want to bring it here.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to bring it in front of the OAC only because, it would have been at least 2 to 3 meetings, and I don't think we would have met our deadline. And that was the only reason. I wasn't trying to keep anything from them.
Right.
Because they're a really good group, a really good resource, and they give great input. But that was the reason why we jumped that ahead in the process.
Okay. And so, but they also do have the opportunity to attend the public hearing next week and to make other comments. So, yeah. Okay.
Correct.
That's fine. Just wanted to check.
So I have one question. So the 1829 that may or may not go through from the state, the paving for that still has to be 3 units on one lot, correct? So the road frontage for that lot has to be the same as it would be a regular house lot, right, correct? So if somebody wants to put a subdivision in, they want to put a road in, and the road frontage requirement is 200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have to go in potentially 600 feet for the 3 units on the one lot.
So road frontage is per lot. So depending how you lay it out, I know you can't really speak to the length of it, but yeah, you'd need 200 at least of the right-of-way frontage.
But it has to have 3 units on one lot.
So it doesn't have to.
You can take one lot and separate out into 3 units.
You wouldn't be separating it out. It's still one lot, and it could potentially have up to 3 units. It depends on the zone, and it depends on the square footage, et
If it's
cetera.
zoned for 1.84 acre lot, and it's 200 by 400, it still has to have 200 feet of road frontage, but you can potentially put 3 units on one lot.
Potentially, depending on the zone.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct, and that's why our attorney was advising, let's do road standards by lot and not by dwelling unit.
Right, but you can't chip that lot into 3 lots to get 3
Correct.
different units that you can sell to 3 different
Correct.
people.
You could condoize the units.
I just did it. You can condo.
You can
Right. But
condoize the
they
units,
have
but you
to
can't split
be-
the lot.
The condo has to be 1 unit, right, with 3 units in it?
No, condos are a form of ownership. It's not a land use question. It's an
Okay.
ownership question.
Correct, all right, just checking.
Yep, and LD 1829 is passed. It goes into effect July 1. So that's why
Okay.
we're trying to line up our ordinances to be
Right.
All right,
legal.
so I think at this time, the right thing to do, especially with the meeting next week, is take a vote on tabling this for now.
That's a lot of information, I think we should.
It is,
do.
all right, so want to take a vote on this?
Who moved it originally? I can't remember. It was me or Mike, I think. But
I don't know if we ever actually formalized it. I think, but we didn't formalize the table, right? So I think, yeah.
We haven't.
I know what you're saying, Ian. Yeah.
No, it's the person who makes the motion initially who has to agree to.
I wrote it. I read it. So,
I
all right.
can't remember, Ian, if
That's
it
all
was
right.
you or me.
That's all right. I'd like to make a motion to table. All in favor? All opposed? All right. 4 yeas, 0 nays, so passes in the affirmative. The next one is Order 2526-24, zoning ordinance motion. Move that this item be accepted as a first reading and that the Town of Gray zoning ordinance, Chapter 402, be proposed for amendment to align with LD 1829, Public Law, Chapter 385, including associated amendments for legal compliance and clarity, with the proposed amendments to be considered by the Planning Board at its March 12th meeting. Make a motion?
Make a motion?
Second? Second?
Oh, I'll second it.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, beautiful. So I guess my question on this right out of the gate, I'm going to ask, because this is going to the March 12th meeting, and there is quite a few pages. It's like 180. I mean, I don't know how much has changed. Do we just table this one as well?
I think we should.
Can I make a couple notes?
You absolutely can, please.
The printed out version I gave you tonight is a distillation of the changes. So the one that's up online is the full zoning ordinance. So you can see it in its entirety with all the strike through underline.
Okay.
As a whole. The printout I gave you this evening is broken out. You will feel it's quite a bit thinner than 180 pages. And it represents only the changes. And these zoning ordinance changes are all required. These are not discretionary.
Okay.
They're either 1829 or they're per other legal advice to bring the ordinance into compliance with state law.
I just want to say, Kristen, you've done an amazing job. I mean, this is a job in itself, and it's impressive that you're able to do this along with all the other stuff that you're doing. And I support you fully for everything that you've done, and I need more time myself. I would like to table it as well. I just have not, there's just too much going on, but I'm going to work as hard as I can this week to get through some of it.
So I guess, in going back to what you're saying, which I always value, you're saying that 100% of this, of what you've got in front of us, 100% of this has to go through.
That's what this one is, yes. Yep, it's the parking law,
Okay.
the 1829, and a bunch of other housekeeping ones that were related to other state laws that we need to bring things
Do you
into
feel
compliance with.
comfortable with this, the way it's written?
The zoning one, yeah, I wouldn't be presenting it to you.
Well, I'm just saying.
That's well, listen, because we
I mean-
obviously, what we're saying, what he's trying, we're saying we value you.
So,
We value you.
I mean, should we just?
All right, so yeah, so I guess we make a motion. Like, any questions, Ann?
I spent quite a long time kind of pouring through this, and I didn't see anything that really jumped up at me. Not that I'm a developer, though, but I mean, I think it is important that we have zoning ordinances that comply with state law. I mean, we ultimately get in trouble if they don't.
All right. So I guess at this point, want to make a motion. All in favor?
I guess I'm gonna.
All opposed? All right, 4 yeas, 0 nays, so it passes in the affirmative. So thank you very much. So that's that's the first reading, all right?
Correct.
Yep, first reading all right, beautiful.
Look forward to.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. You've got a copy of the growth ordinance in that as well, which is next.
Yes, yes. So the next one, which I am familiar with, next one is Order 2526-25, Growth Ordinance. Motion, move that this item be accepted as a first reading and that the Growth Management Ordinance, Chapter 409, be proposed for adoption as presented pursuant to authority of 30-AMRSA 3001 and 4360 to regulate residential growth in accordance with the town's comprehensive plan, with the proposed ordinance to be considered by the Planning Board at its March 12th meeting and to take effect July 1st, 2026, if adopted. Do I have a motion? Moved?
A motion?
Ann? Second?
Yeah, I guess I'll second it.
Okay. Okay.
I actually have some questions about this, and I'm apologies for not being at my finest this evening, but I guess I was a little bit surprised to see this. I'm not sure where this came from. We haven't previously had a growth ordinance, have we? Is this
No, you've not.
We have not.
And so I didn't believe that this was one of our priorities from our September retreat. And I'm just sort of curious how this comes before us tonight.
There was a discussion at a prior council meeting.
Okay.
And actually, I think it was at a workshop, and it was basically when Kristen and I presented the changes to 1829, LD 1829. I don't think that you were there that night, Ann.
Okay.
We did a workshop with the town council and presented the impacts of LD 1829, upcoming changes. Out of that workshop basically came a directive to explore doing a growth ordinance, review it with the Ordinance Advisory Committee, and then draft an ordinance for council review.
Okay.
And that's how we ended up here tonight.
Okay, so this OAC has seen this?
Yeah, I actually did. I actually drafted the first version of this, vetted it through the OAC. We came up with what we wanted, our changes, and then it went to our attorney for the final viewing and changes that needed to happen legally.
Okay.
So the concern on this is that if we do not put something in place, when LD 1829 comes into play, they may not allow a town that doesn't have such an ordinance in place to put one in place.
Okay.
So we're trying to basically get ahead to protect the town.
Correct. Yeah, basically we had LD 2003, we have 1829.
Right.
I just spent this afternoon reading, by the third read, it was resonating with me of LD 2173, because that's going to be another one that Kristen and I are going to be right back up here doing our usual show that there's changes, and there's some positive changes in it, which are going to allow some of the state to set up some infrastructure funds that are going to be specific for municipalities. There's an acknowledgement that the impact of these rapid density requirements, especially in a community like Gray, your water district cannot support a 5,000 square foot lot development. Hopefully they're going to change the definition of public sewer and comparable sewer, and so there's multiple things that are in that bill. But that's not going to go into effect until 2027.
Okay.
And in theory, right now, and this is what came out of that workshop, was that when LD 1829 goes into effect, any place in the town of Gray that has public water, which is out around where, there was a recent contract zone proposal, all of your major arteries, they all have public water.
Right.
Anywhere located on those roads, you can have a subdivision that could have as small as a 5,000 square foot lot, as long as you have a comparable sewer system,
Right.
which is the engineered 2,000 gallons per day shared septic.
Right.
So right now, your setbacks won't allow that, but there is that medium number in between where it's much smaller than what's currently allowed. And I thoroughly believe that the developers know what that number is. They know where they can bring public water into. And in order and we don't know how this is going to impact us. So for right now, the only mechanism that the town has to somewhat protect and see what's going to happen over the next year is implementing something like this. This is more work for us. It's more work for my department. It's another department. It's another permit we have to do. Growth permits have to be issued then in a specific way.
And monitored.
They're only valid for a year. You have to apply for a building permit within 6 months of the issuance of that growth permit. So there's an extra layer of work for me to do as well, But when I was asked, is there anything that we can do to sort of buffer us and protect us from 1829, it's this.
Yeah, I'm not usually a big fan of growth limits, in part because I feel like towns have used zoning and, growth ordinances to limit housing development, which is why we're in the housing crisis that we're in the first place. I mean, in part, and so I appreciate that there growth areas in gray that where this ordinance doesn't apply.
Right, but under LD 2173, we're going to be back here saying you can do that because that's what's coming in the future. And it's to allow communities to not have impacts on their infrastructure and set these funds up that could help fund, say, the town of Gray or the Gray Water District upgrade their water mains in order to support this type of development. So there's still a lot of changing parts. I mean, there were people that, when this went through the discussion with the OAC, there were multiple members on that committee that are also not in favor of growth ordinances and that believe in having local zoning ordinances do that and control that piece for the community. But this is the only way, even if it's on our books for a year, to keep us from knowing what a potential impact of 1829 could be.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and the other piece about this is that we still have yet to update our zoning ordinance, right? I mean, town-wide. It's in the village area and...
Correct. There's two pieces to this.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on right now, but there's
Yeah.
two pieces. There's all these LD bills that Kristen and I are dealing with right now currently.
Right.
I recently distributed, and it's going to be the OAC, it's going to be their next task, is basically a lot of the proposed zoning. There was a large amount of work done during the process when Doug was here.
Yeah.
The prior director of community planning. Excuse me. He had a lot of public hearings,
Right.
gained a lot of public input, and had a preliminary zoning map and preliminary zones established with lot sizes.
Right.
That is going to go out to the OAC.
Okay.
And the OAC and I are going to work to go through that process. We're going to try and do as much work in-house as we can before we sort of send it out to, basically to have a consultant look at it.
Okay.
So that they want to have input, they want to have a lot of input on what zones we look at. I mean, some of the lot sizes are probably going to change due to mandates such as
Right.
these.
Yeah.
But so there's, it's the law changes, updates and everything, and then proposed zoning over here. And they're two separate, very different things.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just, it's hard to do everything at once. It just seems like there's opportunity for confusion
Yeah, it would be too much to try and do all of this at once.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Even the subdivision and zoning changes, we talked about, Kristen and I talked about breaking those out. And I said, due to the deadline, let's just keep moving forward.
And so, what is your sort of timetable for finishing up the town zoning ordinances?
The updates to the current zoning and
yes,
new lot
that's
size.
right. Yeah, and including the village, which I don't think we've even tackled yet.
I would think, it would really be what the OAC, but I would think that it's going to be, a lot of the work was done.
Yeah.
I was hoping to be able to send it out during this fiscal year to an outside consultant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we'll be able to get, if we can meet that.
So maybe by calendar year end?
Excuse me?
By the end of the calendar year?
That would be great. If we could do that. That would be great if it was by the end of the calendar
Okay, and that
year.
would be existing zoning, but outside the village. Because the whole village is a completely separate
Correct.
zoning stuff. It just concerns me that I'm not exactly sure we know where the growth areas in town are,
I think basically it was designated to be that pretty much the village center and village. Yeah, it's all village.
There's some in Dry Mills, I think, and
I don't know about that. I think the intention.
No, okay.
The intent. Kristen knows where the growth areas are.
Yeah, thanks. It's just been a while since I looked at it,
Yeah,
yeah.
just to clarify, that's one of the amendments that's before you tonight in that zoning ordinance that you passed on first read. The defining, we have to explicitly define where the growth overlay is. You're going to see it listed as G-O.
Okay.
For growth overlay, it is the village center and village center proper.
Okay, that's it, all right, at this point.
Yeah, because
and-
that does need to happen by July 1 as well.
Yeah, okay, and the 53 units just seemed low to me. What is our average permits, building permits?
As far as the number, the 53, basically there's the reason why we did that is because under state law, there's a requirement where currently the state law says that basically you take 105% of the number of new dwelling units issued within the last 10 years, the average. And so that number came out to be roughly, whatever it was initially. In one of the new bills, again, it's going to change so that it's basically saying that it's 130% of the last 5 years.
Okay.
Our attorney is recommending that we do go along with the higher number, even though we were going to start with the 110, because that way, most likely these are going to pass, and it will save me from coming back and doing this again in 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
So that's 130% of the last 5 years.
And that's where the 53 came from?
Yeah, basically, and I will say that the OAC was very, very thoughtful and very mindful, and and really took some time to do the exercise of, all right, how long does it take to do a development? How many on average, if you're the developer, do you typically need to get in a year? And, they came up with some numbers that they felt would be the best fit based on the activity known throughout the community. Yeah.
Okay, so that's where the 53 came from?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And it doesn't affect the growth area, that's on its own, and it doesn't affect accessory dwelling units, that's on
Right.
its own.
Yeah, right. I saw those definitions. Oh.
Yeah, I know, there's a lot
There's
of- these are a lot of
exemptions, obviously,
Yeah, no, I saw
from
those. Yeah,
affordable housing, all that stuff.
Yeah. I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much,
Chair
Taylor.
Johnson?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Thank you, first of all, for doing this. This is great. It's exactly what we need, I think, just to make sure we have a control over what's going on right now, especially with these new accessory dwelling units being able to come on. And I did have some questions, though. It says in there, excluding family gift land. Can you explain me, what that is? Like, I've got 3 children. I own 10 acres. Can I gift each one of them a house? And does that count as the 53?
You can give them a lot, not a house.
Yeah, it says a dwelling unit to be located on a family gift lot.
Yeah.
So let's say you want to subdivide your land and you gift off 2 lots of your children.
Okay.
To your children. Those dwelling units that they come in for, if they're building on a family gift lot, they do not need to have a growth permit.
Okay, all right, and so I guess my point is that we could have a lot more than 53, because
Yes.
if, I've got 3 children, Ken's got, a bunch of grandchildren, Ann's got a bunch of grandkids. If we all start giving this land away, which is what I want to do, and then they can build a place, and then they can actually put 2 more places on there. 53 is a lot, in my opinion, because we could have 150 lots a year. So if I'm reading this right, so I actually am glad that we're putting this in, because I am concerned with growing too fast. Not that I don't want to grow, but growing too fast. So I love this. Thank you.
I have a few questions. On your exemptions, a dwelling unit that qualifies as affordable housing, why would that be exempt?
That is most likely, that would be due to state law overriding the ability. I'd have to ask our attorney, but this was also, in any growth ordinance I've read and administered in any other place I've worked, affordable housing units are exempt for requiring growth permits. And I'm sure that there's something to do with, federal law and federal subsidy and everything else buried someplace that I don't know about, but that would be my assumption, is that it's based on law, that it can't be
Well, I
part
have
of
the
this.
state law right here for affordable housing. So affordable housing means a decent, safe, sanctuary dwelling, apartment, or other living accommodations for household whose income does not exceed 120% of the median income. Affordable housing district. Affordable housing development district means a specific area within the corporate limits of the municipality. So if somebody wants to do an affordable housing unit of 110 units and this is exempt, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of doing this. So why can't we put like the affordable housing district into the village overlay where there's no...
I can ask the town's attorney. I don't know if you legally can do that. There are laws that are beyond what I do that regulate affordable housing. And affordable housing is a completely separate, a completely separate legal ball of wax that...
I understand. So can you look into that?
Yeah, I can look into that for you and get you an answer for sure.
That's kind of going to create a problem with us trying to get 53 lots. Because if this is exempt, somebody could put in an 80-unit affordable housing unit anywhere they wanted.
Yeah, I can get you a legal answer on that.
Okay, sounds good. And I have, so the water district, they were a little concerned about the wellhead district, and I see you have 13 permits there. So if we can take affordable housing out of the exemptions, can we delete 3 out of that and add some in for affordable housing outside the designated growth area?
I mean, what you could do is you could just do one, and you could make a separate category for wellhead 1 and 2.
Okay.
And just say 2 in each, none in each, just 1 in each, whatever you want to do.
Okay, then under appeals, is the decision of the code enforcement and administration of this ordinance may appeal to the zoning board of appeals. I don't really think appeals should be dumped onto the ZBA. So if somebody comes in and say, hey, I've just bought 40 acres of land, now you're telling me that I can't build on it, it's a financial burden, and then they're going to appeal to the ZBA. I don't think that should be on the ZBA.
Well, what it is it's under the law that basically a person who's aggrieved by my decision. So if I come in and you apply for a growth permit and I deny you and say, we're over our cap, or I deny you for, I think it would only be for over the cap. Legally, you always have to have an appeal section in an ordinance, and under state law, appeals that are of my decisions or
Okay.
aggrieved decisions of mine statutorily go to the ZBA.
Okay, can we put in different writing in there that if somebody, if we have exceeded our 53 and they want to appeal one lot or something like that, it goes to the ZBA? Not like somebody wants to go into a subdivision and, wants to appeal to the ZBA and do a whole subdivision.
Yeah, again, we would have to talk to, I would have to talk to our attorney. I mean, this pretty much is standard statutory language.
Okay.
The only thing that would be, the only thing that I potentially could see under here would be, they come in and they say, well, I'm exempt, and, because, I'm coming to Gray because I'm going to put my dwelling unit on a lot that Ken Farrington gifted me. And the code officer says, well, that's not a family lot. Then you're going to go to ZBA, I'm going to deny you. You're going to go to ZBA, and they're going to make my determination whether it's true or not.
Okay.
That's the only reason that's in here. It's the same thing as if you come in and you want to do a building permit, and anything else to do with that, it always goes to the ZBA.
Okay, and the last one, amendment. This ordinance may be amended upon a majority vote of the town council. So if the town council flips in June and they come in and amend this, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of this. can we put a limit, the time limit? I mean, I see back here you have it it should be revisited in 3 years.
Right, 3 years was again something that came out of an LD. One of the proposed LD.
Well, what I'm saying is that this is all to do with LD 1829.
Right.
So we don't want this amended in June if we're going through all this aggravation to play out, see how LD 1829 is going to play out. So I think you should change that amendment thing. So at least says like, have to wait at least a year before this can be amended by the majority vote of the town council.
Yeah, again, I'd have to legally set, well, I mean, if this is on the books, whether it says that or not, it's my understanding the town council come in July 1 and say, we want to get rid of this. I mean, I don't think that it can say. Yeah, I don't know if you legally can do that in an ordinance to limit the authorities of what the town council can update in the future. I don't, again, I'd have to check with the town's attorney.
Well, then, if you can't put a time limit on it, then it's going to kind of defeat the whole purpose of doing this. If the council flips in June and they override this, and this law goes into place in July, it's going to defeat the whole purpose. If we don't put some sort of time limit on it until we feel out 1829.
Well, I don't know there's any, I mean, I don't know that you can future protect against a council action, really. I mean,
Well, I think the thing that is important is just by, you're right, that could happen, but the reality is just by getting it on the books, we have something on the books, because if they, you're 100%, no, you're 100% right, you can't protect it, but by getting it on the books, then they can't come back and say, well, you didn't have a plan on the book, so you can't put one on now.
Yeah,
so
and honestly, Ken, you don't want to do that. The reason why is because if for some reason this goes into effect and, by February of, well, I think it's fiscal year. I don't remember if it's fiscal or calendar year, but let's say we're 3/4 of the way through a year and I'm at my cap.
Right.
Okay, and I've got a local builder that just wants to build a house. And I can't give that person a growth permit.
Correct.
If you put anything in there to prevent future actions, that means I can't come back to you and say, can you raise the growth permit cap by 5? You got to wait until the end of that. So you're limiting yourself too, because you could have local people that are caught in the crossfire and can't get anything.
I was just asking a simple question.
Yeah.
So I guess the one thing Ken did that I kind of picked up on, and obviously I was involved with this because that's my committee. Wellhead 1 and 2, should that be something we add in?
That what?
Should that be something we add in, Wellhead 1 and 2?
We could add them and just do add
one
them in their
One
separate
each.
thing, and then do 2 in each if you want.
And then take off from wherever?
Yeah, that's up to you.
I mean, why don't we do, I think that's, I don't know, what do you think, man? Check that.
Two in
the
wellheads, 2 units in wellheads?
Yeah.
2 growth permits. Two growth permits in each wellhead.
Okay. But growth permits, I mean, those are equal to units, right? I mean, no?
Basically, you're holding your slot to be able to make sure that you can build your dwelling unit, your single-family home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to protect that, because obviously it's water.
Yeah.
But we also did, again, the OAC did really go through, because I had information based on the last 10 years from the tax assessor, and so we were also able to see where the majority of the development occurred. And I understand the concern from the water district of the well with that, but I don't necessarily know if it's going to be an impact. But, doing a separate item for that and just doing 2 each, we can do that if that's what the council wants.
I mean, to your earlier point, Tammy, I as long as we can amend it, and if it looks like there's, a lot more pressure on the wellhead districts, then we can go back and do that later.
Chair Johnson, any questions?
No, I think we need to get something on the books and we can mess with it later, but we got to get it on there before these changes come up, so.
All right, let me go to a vote on this, unless anybody else has any questions. All right, how about this? With regards to this growth ordinance, all in favor? All opposed? All right, beautiful. We have 4 yeas, 0 nays, so it passes in the affirmative. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open up the floor again. I'm not going to read through everything. It's public comments, 3 minutes. If anybody would like to come up and speak.
Scott Liberty, I'm tired.
Thank you.
It's the first I've heard of this new ordinance. I'm going to get a copy tomorrow from Kristen. A few things that popped out that I'm concerned about, and that is not being able to use some of the land as a density bonus that some people consider undesirable. I hunt, I fish. I think that type of land has value. So, for example, if you take 5 lots, 2 acres, you got 10 acres, 2 acres each, and the back land is a stream or a marsh for duck hunting or something, but each person owns their 2 acres, their 2 acres, their 2 acres, and then they say, no trespassing. And then someone comes in with that same scenario and says, I want to do a cluster subdivision to make that open space, but the town isn't going to give me any bonus for preserving that open space because it's wet. Well, that's not smart. I mean, the wetlands are a good open space because people use them for different things. So I think that's really short-sighted. And the whole 50-year, 25-year, this is why we're in this mess with LD 1829. You're just driving the cost up and making development more expensive. So 2% chance in 10 years or 4% chance in 10 years, why do you want to drive the cost of the development up and then the state's going to come in and mandate something else in 5 years? I don't think we need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, medicine. Okay, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but my horse isn't dead yet. So I'm just saying. All right, so I just want you to know tonight that I listened to Chief stand here tonight and tell you that it was on Article 13 that we voted on in FY25, which was this last June, correct? Ian, is that what you heard? He said Article 13. So my question is, okay, so we bought the fire truck, and you guys are going to tell me, am I crazy? So we bought the fire truck in March for $1.25 million, but you're telling me we voted on it in June? And the people voted on something that we didn't know that we bought in March? Or how would you buy something that we didn't vote on in June? I just want you to know that I went and looked at Article 13 on the ballot, because they are online. And there is nothing about a fire truck on Article 13, Article 14, or on 24, or on the FY23 ballot for a pumper fire truck. So unless there's a different ballot that's not posted on the website, which I guess could possibly happen, but I'm asking all of you as council members to look tonight at the ballots and show me, because I would like to see it, and I would think you would want to know, since now you all have told the public tonight that, well, at least somebody did, that it's been voted on, so why would we do anything different? And I think I heard that from the council chair as well. So I want to know where you've seen this on a ballot, because it specifically says there's 2 public works trucks, a public works utility tanker truck, but I don't see a fire truck. So I'm just asking you guys to do your due diligence, because if we have a fire truck that we didn't vote on, then it's a whole different story. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up to speak? Okay. Going once, twice, okay. All right. All right, so the next topic we're just going to have a discussion on is town council chair roles and decorum. And I'd just like to open the floor for anybody who would like to speak.
Yeah, I'll go first. This is on the agenda because of some concerns that both council and community members have raised about the current council chair. And it seems like an important thing to do to just, address it in public. For me, I do have some concerns about our current council chair. I appreciate it's not an easy role, and it requires, a fair amount more work, and that's in part why we compensate them so highly, an additional $500 a year. I certainly don't expect anybody to be perfect, but it seems to me there's been a pattern of sort of emotional volatility since last June, that it can feel a bit like being in a kind of in a roller coaster. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen next at a meeting, where the behavior hasn't really changed even when feedback has been provided. I would really like our council rules say that we're going to use Robert's Rules of Order, and it may be that we just need a training on that, because in my experience and other work that I've done, Robert's Rules really can help, kind of help you move forward with decision making especially when emotions are high and there's a lot of disagreement. And so it's really important for the chair to master Robert's rules. I'd like to see, less sort of muttering and side comments. I feel like those are distracting. And just the chaotic nature of meetings makes it hard for the council to complete our work. And it just makes it hard to have confidence in the leadership when you don't know what's going to happen next. I think that we've had a really turbulent year with the departure of our former town manager, but our council rules say really clearly that the council chair is sort of there to run the meetings, and doesn't have a lot of extra powers, to set meeting agendas. But apart from that, doesn't have a lot of extra powers. We've had some different input from our town attorneys about this, especially around negotiating with the departing town manager. But I really would like when the council chair has operated as more of a, on a solo basis or has not called executive sessions, I think it's harder for the council to get together in a room, when we can't get together in a room and understand where each of us is coming from, have the benefit of questions that maybe I didn't think to ask, or input that I wouldn't have top of mind. I think that hampers the functioning effectiveness of the council. It seems to me that our council rules really clearly require that we meet an executive session around the negotiations over the town manager's departure, and we didn't do it until right at the end. I mean, we did eventually do it, but I know in previous councils have had kind of agreements around the use of legal time, and like that none of us can individually call the town attorney and ask questions that weren't authorized by the council. So I would like to have that kind of language in place so that because I'm concerned that we've racked up, I haven't seen the numbers, so maybe they're not that great, but anytime you call a town attorney, it's not cheap. And then I guess the final concern I have is the council chair cannot make statements on behalf of the council without getting agreement from the council about that statement. And the current council chair has done that. And I just think this whole package has made the council, it made it harder to function as a council. It's accentuated our differences rather than helping us figure out how to work together and move forward. And I'm just frustrated by that. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from at this point.
I'll
let you go first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You want to go first? All right. Obviously not the reason why I joined the council, and I'm just, but I'm going to read what I have. So on February 3rd, our last council meeting, I spoke to the council about the council rules and my displeasure, as well as that of others with regards to how several of our past meetings have been held under Chair Johnson, as the tone, decorum, and overall feeling has been disappointing. You know, my commitment to the residents of Gray, the town employees, and my fellow councilors is to do all I can to improve the decorum at these meetings. I joined the town council to make Gray a better place, and the ongoing drama that has occurred under Chair Johnson's leadership has been a complete and unwanted distraction, taking away valuable time from our focus on making Gray a better place. Chair Johnson spoke at our September 2nd council meeting basically to address the problems that occurred at several prior meetings. After creating these issues, he spoke about maintaining an atmosphere of excellence and respect, and that we must set standards, and about treating others and citizens with the utmost courtesy. But sadly, things continue. Distractions and lack of leadership have only continued. My hope was that things would really improve, but unfortunately, it hasn't been the case. And by not saying anything, one may feel that other councilors are condoning these actions, and understandably so. But I assure you that's not the case. In reality, we just want to focus on our work, but at some point, one's cup runs over with disappointment and frustration, and that's kind of where I'm at. I do want to make a few things clear, though. The other town councilors, along with myself, can't control the actions of statements of any other single councilor, and I want to show you that conversations about past actions with regards to things in decorum have been had. At this time, I do want to give a couple examples of some of the things that I'm talking about. Unfortunately, Chair Johnson's cut off people repeatedly when speaking at the podium. He's talked over them, has spoken as they leave the podium to editorialize the positions against them, all which go, as Ann said, against town council rules. He's also, on several occasions, either before or after decisions have been made, felt it was necessary to add in his personal comments, which have often been negative towards others. And when members of the community have spoken up regarding these, he's called them out of order. The reality is it's not a do as I say as I do. It's leadership's supposed to set the example. There was one situation we agreed not to get online. Unfortunately, went online, and he had called a member of our community an idiot. He had also, at one of the meetings, after making a comment that he didn't agree with us on something, that person said it was unacceptable what you're doing, and then Chair Johnson had said that you can leave, and we got into a shouting match. We don't want that shouting match. And when the individual from the audience, which he shouldn't have said you're out of order, but then Councilor Johnson says, I don't care, I just sit there, and it's just not the decorum that I want for the town. It's not the leadership. When selecting Ms. Simoneau for the cost sharing committee, Councilor Johnson had made his disapproval with a snide remark. I think it's a shame. It'll end up back on us and firing us regarding the cost sharing committee. He also said there were some issues raised with the public regarding the composition of the cost sharing committee, basically going after an individual that we had already voted on and passed. I can tell you firsthand, I have gotten several emails in support of Ms. Simoneau, as well as the other councilors, and I never got one negative email. I've seen Ms. Edson get up here, and she's been cut off while speaking, and in one altercation, he said that, yeah, he's not going to allow people to get up and spread lies without documentation. The reality is you can say that, but you're not presenting documentation to point out your side, which I don't think is fair. And lastly, I'm going to touch base on Sue Fuller, who, again, I want to make sure, completely unbeknownst to any member of the council, Councilor Johnson went ahead and provided an update on the school sharing committee. We had all agreed to not talk about this topic once we elected those people. He had made statements regarding an individual in our community, said they were serving in a leadership role with respect to the committee, also stated they had authorization to engage with the mediator. As a result of those communications, the mediator had declined further participation. To be accurate, in a letter sent out by Shanda, the superintendent, she said while this individual had never stated she is speaking on behalf of the school district, that she had used the school email, which led other key players to believe that. So basically what happened is people had assumed that, but she had never said anything with regards to repeated communications with the mediator and not moving forward because of that. And a letter from Susan Bowden, the mediator, she stated, I was concerned that this individual was contacting me and did not indicate that she was on the cost sharing committee or the school district staff. So I did not respond to her. So they never spoke. And then she ends an email with no worries. And then another incident, unfortunately, Chair Johnson, again, with none of us knowing, had gone down to look at the security systems and unfortunately gotten an altercation with an employee of the town and ordered them to get bids for something, and the current town manager had to speak up with regards to that, which is unfortunately. And then lastly, fellow town councilors. He has acted and made decisions on behalf of the council without our input, feedback, or involvement multiple times. He has not followed through on things that were agreed to. Stay off Facebook, copy us in on all email replies, and then failing to follow through on important pieces of information that we were going to present information for the town, such as when the fire truck happened and when the theft of funds happened. They were supposed to be reviewed at a town council meeting, and they went a week earlier at a finance meeting. Also has made some statements, as Ann had stated, that may appear to come from us but have not. He's also unfortunately made some derogatory comments toward councilors, such as calling us petty, attempting to go to the public to push his position through, and saying if we didn't agree, then shame on you. And it's just basically, I feel there's been poor leadership, poor communication, verbal altercations with residents, town employees, fellow people, always not being truthful with town councilors. And sadly, several members of the community now are not comfortable coming up to speak. And it's just unfortunate where we are right now. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Well, I think you've covered every base, but this is not a fun job. If anybody thinks it is, they're crazy. It's a full-time job. I spend more time doing this than I do my own towing business. So Mike is an emotional guy. He runs off emotions, unfortunately. It gets him into a lot of trouble. He's said and done a lot of things he probably regrets, and I'm going to let him read a speech. I called him up and asked him to apologize, and I'm hoping he's going to do this. And I think Vinny basically went back through all the meetings and covered every base. I think Mike has tried his hardest. I think he did a great job with the former town manager, and I'm going to let him take over from here.
I'm going to read what I wrote, Ken, but I'm going to first go and, I went back and looked at a lot of stuff too. And as you said, this is not an easy job. When I ran for this board, my intention was and still is to help this town grow. Unfortunately, there's many examples that I could give, and I'm not going to tonight because it's not why we're here, that I've had to babysit fights between many of you guys, where I can give examples going all the way back to the beginning, where Ann starts to interrupt people, Vince starts to interrupt people. A good example would be when, we went to, when we were all arguing over the budget, and the meeting was adjourned, and you guys decided to go on your own and let somebody come up. And so I will take blame for what I've done, absolutely. I think it's my job to set the example, and I haven't been. But I think for you guys to give these examples and not look at yourselves is a shame. It's this past year has been more demanding than I ever anticipated. Over the summer, we worked through significant personnel matters, which most people will never know about. And we did spend a lot of money on attorneys. It's my job as the chair, when people aren't getting the services they need from their town manager or the HR director, to work with attorneys to get those settled. And I spent more than my fair share working over the summer and gave my entire summer up to making sure individuals were protected. All right? And that has to remain private. Additional changes required substantial time of my attention that took away from my family. There were weeks when I devoted more than 50 hours to this town business because I believe the responsibility of the role and it deserves the level of attention and commitment that I gave. Like anyone under sustained pressure, I recognize that stress can influence how we respond in difficult moments. And, I do regret at times, Ken, that my reactions to negative comments or personal attacks may have escalated situations rather than help refocus the conversation. It was never my intention, but I do have the right when someone yells from the audience to ask them to sit down. And if they keep yelling, I can ask them to be removed. That is my role, okay? And I want to be very clear about that. Whoever does it next, that will be their role. Now, my goal has always been to advocate for what I believe in and what is right for this town. At the same time, I understand that, how I do respond, especially in the faces of criticism, matter. I am committed to handling those moments with greater patience and discipline while moving forward. But I think we all should. You can't just point a finger at me and not look at yourselves as well. I'll continue to fight for this town, our citizens, and our employees. We only have a few months left in this fiscal year, and in June's going to be a new chapter with potential for new leadership, both on the board and with the town administration. My focus remains on finishing this year responsibly and setting up for the town of long-term success. There are many people in this community that feel very deeply about what they do. We may not always agree on that path forward, but I respect differing perspectives and committed to moving forward. To the one accusation, I do regret mentioning somebody. I didn't lie. I went with the information that I had because people asked me to give an update. And I gave the update to what information I have, and I have documentation. I don't want to dwell on it. I think that individual was trying to do the best thing that they felt. And I think we just need to move forward. And when we keep doing things like this, I don't think it's the right thing to do. But hey, we're here. I committed to working with this community and doing the right thing. I never make backdoor deals. I do everything in public. I have done everything through the attorney as I've been told to do, and I've got documentation on that. So if anybody has any questions about whether I legally had a right to do anything or not do anything, I've kept all the documents because I want to do the right thing. When it comes to the things that happened this fall, I was only given a few minutes to do things, and even in one circumstance, I had Charity come over and record the conversation with the attorney where they said for me to make the decision. I don't like doing that. So sometimes you do have to act on the fly, and I've done everything as far as I know legally, and I do the best thing for this town. I'm sorry there's certain individuals that don't like it. I've got no personal agendas against anybody. I never have. I just want to work the best for this town and help this town grow. And that's the whole reason I ran. And, you may not agree with me, but I think I have done a pretty good job with a lot of the situations that have been thrown at me. And that's all I have to say.
Somebody else? Good. All right, I'm going to touch base next on referrals, the opportunity to allow councilors to bring forward any additional items for future discussion and consideration at a workshop. In accordance with council rules, at least 2 councilors must support a request for it to be added to the workshop agenda. You have anything?
No.
Councilor Farrington?
I'm all set.
Councilor Johnson?
Nope.
Okay, beautiful. Current council referrals, so we have the comprehensive, the plan rezoning, create water quality shoreline ordinance, pop-up business ordinance, update public safety ordinance, village transformation project, policy review, and mooring ordinance. Upcoming meetings, first of all, we have tomorrow, DOT, 4 o'clock right here till 6:30. So we have then that's tomorrow, and then we have a town budget workshop on March 10th at 5.
Point of clarification,
Sure, go.
Vince, that in the agenda, it says that it starts at 4:30, but it starts at 4, I believe.
4, and I think he said he's setting, I mean, let's let him get set up, but he said he's gonna be here like at 2:33, so I bet you he'll be good to go at 4.
Yeah.
Or maybe even early, but
Yeah, I mean,
it says 4:30.
It says 4:30 here, but that's not correct. I think it's 4.
All
Oh,
right,
it does say
all right, so we'll say
4:30?
4:30.
There's been a lot of confusion about
Yeah,
this.
come early, tickets available, okay. And then we have the Town Council Budget Workshop on the 10th at 5, Town Council Budget Workshop on the 17th at 5, and I believe we're gonna have a Town Council meeting just before that at 4:45, and then we have a special Town Council meeting on March 31st. Okay, at this time, the Gray Town Council will enter into executive session under MRS Title 1, Chapter 13, 405 SE, Legal Rights and Duties, and 405 S6A to discuss personal matters. The Town Council will adjourn the meeting following. A motion first?
So move.
So,
Second?
second? Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.